Hello everyone, welcome into our latest live broadcast today. It's Friday. It's the 17th of January 2025. It is the 17th. Yeah, it is the 17th of January 2025. My name is Kerry Holzman, and thank you guys for joining us on this Friday afternoon. Bright and sunny here in Phoenix, Arizona. Wherever you're watching in the world, welcome. And I hope you'll consider joining us in our live chat room. We have the kindest, most supportive, largest chat room that is kind and supportive that I've ever seen on YouTube or anywhere else on the internet. So if you feel like you are kind and supportive as well, you should feel like you belong here. Everybody here will welcome you. All you have to do is pop into the live chat and say hello. Maybe let us know where you're watching from. We have viewers all over the world, and it's always interesting to me to see just how far reach this channel has and just how pervasive the subject matter is in regards to regions. It's amazing to me that we often will get more viewers from a smaller region than we do from a larger region. So I don't know, it just fascinates my brain. So come on in, say hello, and watch what happens next. Today I have a video for you that is, well, a little different from what we normally do. The folks over at Alseye had sent us a cooler to review. It's an air cooler. And I've been looking for a cooling solution for our Intel Ultra 7. This is the 265K on the ASRock. Well, you know what? I made notes to myself. This is the ASRock Z890 Nova Wi-Fi. We've got 48 gigs of RAM in it with a 2 gig Crucial T700 Gen 5 NVMe. Windows 11 Pro activated. And I just put the Intel laminar cooler on here. I was kind of curious. This is sort of a lower wattage cooler, but it's a stock cooler from Intel, and it's got RGB and it's all metal. It's a really fancy cooler. Intel recently announced they're replacing and updating these laminar coolers to new versions, but that's beside the point. This wasn't really intended to be a permanent mount. We've been using a lot of liquid coolers lately because of the aesthetics, that we're using these fancy fishbowl aquarium type cases that you can see everything through. And the fans, whether it's a tower or a flat facing fan, they're just, to me, nowhere near as appealing. And the bigger the fan gets, the more it covers up the board and the less you see of anything that you're trying to show off. It's just like a big umbrella you're opening in front of it, which to me doesn't make much sense why you would mix these two things together. Now, we previously worked with Alseye. We've had the big Alseye gaming tower case, which was okay. You know, it was better than I thought it was going to be, but it just really needed some help in the cable management division. We also were sent a liquid cooler from Alseye, which was a very unique design in their first attempt at making a liquid cooler. It was very, very loud, and the mounting technique was a little, it's a first attempt. All right, let's just leave it at that. And now Alseye has reached out to us after several months, and they've got a brand new air cooler that has a little screen on it. So this way, if you're going for the aesthetic without the liquid cooler and you go air cooler, you end up with basically a liquid cooler is going to go bad over time. The liquid inside, well, they call them water cooling, but it's not water. It's partially water, but it will gel up over time. It will also grow bacteria, especially if it's a custom liquid cooler that you're building yourself. If it's a ready to plug and play type all-in-one cooler, usually the pumps will die, or the cold plates will get gummed up with material over time, and you'll just never know, right? I mean, unless your machine starts running hot, you'll be blissfully unaware of it. And there's no fixing those, by the way. Those closed loop coolers, you simply remove them and replace them. Open loop coolers, on the other hand, those you can fix whatever component's bad, but you're more likely to have more frequent component failures, and you need to do yearly or annual coolant flushes to prevent the buildup of bacteria. And every time you do that, you have to break the seal, and every time you reseal it, you risk a leak. So it's really for the enthusiasts and the people who enjoy plumbing. An air cooler, you pretty much put it on once, and you're good for the life of the machine. The worst thing that can happen is a fan goes out and you have to replace a fan, and that's far less intrusive and expensive than replacing an entire radiator, fans, and block. But to each his own. I'm going to talk a little bit about this cooler, some pros and cons. I can just point out little concerns right out of the gate, and then whether or not we can determine together if it's worth, the pros or not with the potential cons. But first, I want to say hello to everyone joining us here in the chat room. So let's say hello. First of all, a shout out and a thank you to our good friend Frankie B with an Amazon gift card just before the show started today. Thank you so much, Frankie. We appreciate you so much for your support and contributions to the channel. And Alseye did send us this cooler to review under no financial requirements, or there's no payment happening either way. We typically will buy everything that we want to review without being beholden to a corporation's rules, regulations, or policies. So that independence comes from you guys. You guys are our sponsors, and we can't thank you enough for enabling us to continue to produce as much in such a variety of content as we have in 2024. And we're looking forward to continuing that variety and frequency of videos throughout 2025 with your support. Speaking of that, thank you to Rip City Raider, who just became a supporter here. We have a tech membership. It's $9.99 a month. That gives you access to all of our video archives. Any video older than 12 months is in our archives. That also gives you access to Mondays only videos. I do videos that are never ever released publicly. There might be pieces or clips I release publicly, but the video and the interaction within that video is for members only every Monday at 1 o'clock Phoenix time. It's a lot smaller of an audience, so there's more interaction with me personally. It's about 100% chance I'm going to see you and acknowledge you and we can talk, versus during these regular public videos where we get 4 or 5 times or more viewers, and the chat room's just moving too fast for a human being to keep up with. So I always do the best I can to acknowledge everybody, but for the people who want to support content like this, we also want to support them back equally. And so those Mondays only videos are for the supporters. And I can't thank the supporters enough. Again, because of them, so much more of these videos exist. And 2024 would have been a very different year with regards to content. So just a shout out and a thank you. And to all the viewers who aren't members, thanks to the people who are, because without which this content, or at least the frequency of it, would be significantly reduced. Speaking of which, Alan Lindos just sent in $7.77 in Super Chat. Thank you, Alan. Mark Gaines, our friend in Northern Ireland, contributes £10. He says, Carrie and Mara and everyone in the chat, hello. There's our friend Buster. Buster contributes £10. That is Peter Laycock in the chat room. Buster's always giving us the weather update in Edinburgh, Scotland, which is not as bad, really, as I thought it was. He says, hello, Carrie and Maralina and everyone in the chat. All the best from Bonnie, Scotland, where the temperature in Edinburgh this very moment is 46 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 7.7 degrees Celsius. Thank you, Buster. And Buster's another great, wonderful, generous super member here. And friend. For sure. Charlie Purdy, so speaking of supporters here, Charlie contributes $10. He says, hello, Carrie, Mara, and everyone in the chat. Thank you so much, Charlie and Buster and Mark Gaines. You guys rock. There's our friend Planet Cryos with a $2 super chat. And he says, it's Carrie time, peeps. Carrie time. Of course, our channel administrator, Mara, is there in the chat room, and she has created a board, a forum, that everybody's welcome to participate in, membership or subscription or not. The boards are a place for everybody to engage with one another or to post individual issues, so we're not spending an entire show on one audience member, but instead having a forum where your message will be seen and not scrolled off, the popularity of the live chat during a live show. And you can get the personal assistance you need, not only from myself or from Mara, but also from other, as I mentioned, very generous and kind and intelligent community members. Many of the members here have helped me fix computer problems when I'm live on camera, and they will, many of them, offer to help you fix yours. And all that's free, and it's available at carrieholzman.boards.net. The link is right there in the video description below the video. And we encourage you to create a free account and say hello. We have no future plans to monetize this in any way, shape, or form. We're just trying to see if there's an interest in it. If we don't get very many people signing up, we'll just shut it down. So if you'd like to see that community flourish and become something, please be a part of it. It costs you nothing. Again, the link is in the video description below. Our friend Dan Nilsson and Luke Greeny are joining us there, along with Nick Poverman and Vassos says hello. There's Paul Howe saying hello. And we're going to scroll quickly here so I can get caught up. Frank Jimmy says hello. Welcome in, Frank, and David Graham and Robert Catchnow. 3D Everything and Kurt Schlegel joining us, along with Phil Stodd. Charlie Purdy renewed his membership just now a member for 7 months in a row, and he says it's been a pleasure to be a member of our awesome community. Well, it's folks like you that make this community awesome, and thank you so much for being a part of it. Let's see. Daryl Loftus and Mortant 1210 join us and say hello. There's Andy Kane and Mark Baggett. Wonderful. Wonderful. Good to see familiar names in there, and I'm just trying to get through it very, very quickly. Bajin Guy joining us says hello. All right, so let's just start off with this cooler. First of all, let me show you what's in the box. I've already taken some of the packing materials off so we can just get to the gist of it here. This cooler right here, okay, it's a pretty beefy cooler, fan on each side, and then it has a screen that appears right here. All right, so you're going to have an RGB cable. You're going to have a number of cables with this. Again, if you want all the fancy lights and stuff, this is a consequence of that. You need a fan power cable to each fan. You need an RGB cable to each fan. And then I don't know how the screen is controlled other than USB, so I would guess you also have USB. So that's 5 cables you've got to hook up. 2 power, 2 RGB, 1 fan. Now there are splitters that can cut that in half. Presumably you can plug one. Oh, wait a minute. I take it back. This has one. I see. There's 1 fan in here. Just 1, not 2, as I previously mentioned. That's my bad. 1 fan with a fan splitter on it. So apparently they're thinking of the option of adding another fan, which would make this awfully wide. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, so this is a fan header, and then this is a separate fan plug for an additional something else that needs power. And then we have ARGB, and we have USB 2. So we have 3 cables, 3, not 5. It would have been 3 either way, because manufacturers who do things like this, if there were 2 fans, then both had RGB, there would be a little splitter, and they would share the same power and RGB cable. So that's just me being literal. This is a pretty heavy, chunky fan here. It's a good size radiator. It's hard for me to know the direction of which way this fan is blowing air. I don't see any indicator on it. But I also don't have my glasses on. And then in this box here is going to be all of the mounting equipment for different motherboards, Intel, AMD, etc. And the rest of the box is just empty. This is the i600 Pro. That is the name of the cooler we're looking at today. And one of the things right out of the gate that concerns me, and I'm just being honest and straightforward. I don't want to in any way misrepresent or omit information that I am aware of. And that is, if we look over at the Amazon page for this product, it's a brand new product. This one looks like the added fan is on it here on the edge. So that would be, I guess, the second fan. I don't know why ours doesn't have that unless we have a fan in this box. This additional fan here on the outside. But look at the price. At $130, there are liquid all-in-one coolers you could buy for less than $129. And heck, even the Noctua NHD15, which is sort of the one most enthusiasts look to as a basic sort of best of tower cooler, is at $109.95. So I think the Noctua products are good but overpriced. So how do we compare a lesser known brand at a higher price? Oh, that's a good question. So let me come over here and turn back camera 1. Let's turn that back on. So my concern is, first of all, this is an expensive cooler. Secondly, it shows it with a fan. So is there another fan in here, or... Yeah, it does appear in this box they're including what appears to be a screwdriver and a fan. I say that because it says it right on the box. I don't have like crystal future vision, but let's just take a look and see what we're getting. Okay, so I was wrong about my correction only being one fan, and I was right about my initial assumption that there were two. That certainly explains the power splitter. And I'm not quite sure if this is a proprietary design or if you can use a standard fan on this. But you've got your power cable, which again has a splitter on it to go to another fan if you want it to, so you can add a third fan. But there's no RGB on this fan, so it's just one power cable hookup. Along with that, we've got some standoffs, which I guess are used on the fan, some documentation, and we've got our mounting hardware. We've got a nice, generous supply of thermal compound and a thermal compound spreading tool. We get a warning that's all, well, here. Who would like to tell me what this says? Alseye. I don't know. But here's the deal. We do have sort of a pre-sale, or I wouldn't call it a prototype, but it's a brand new product, and we're one of the very first people to receive it. And as such, there may be some improvements in polishing in the packaging, things like that. And they did give us a heads up about that prior to us filming today. They did say, you know, just keep in mind the way it's packaged will be more refined, and that we're just getting a very early sample. This is just a power extension cable, which I guess is optional if needed. There's nothing else in this box. And then over here it says screwdriver. Once I figure out how the box opens, we can get on with the show. All right, we've got a bit and a handle. Okay, well, this is the same as we received before. This is a really nice screwdriver with a flat edge on one side and a Phillips #2 on the other, and those just lock in. And this would be great in the toolbox just in general. Like long after you've installed your cooler, this screwdriver can be a future tool that you will utilize in any home repairs or car repairs. It's got a nice long reach on it, probably to go through the top of the cooler to secure it would be my guess. And many people wouldn't have a screwdriver that can do that, so they include it in the package. So that is a good quality screwdriver for that additional higher price. So that's nice to know that we're not just paying more, but we're getting more. So that's reassuring. And then everything else in here is just cardboard. And again, I have that little, whatever this warning says in here. And that's all that's in here. So we'll just take that and put it right over there. And this is all empty, right? We already looked at the inside. There's nothing else in here. So that's everything we get for $130 laid out right here. And of course, we've got our documentation. Now, at the end of the day, what matters is how well it cools. Aesthetically, it's really up to each individual. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder if you think that's preferential over a liquid cooler, especially if your price is nearly the same. It could be even cheaper for a liquid cooler. But doesn't a liquid cooler automatically cool better or quieter, or is it easier to install, or is there less cabling? Just depends on the liquid cooler. So, you know, these are all things for us to think about. This RAM here shouldn't be here. I was trying to figure out if the RAM was bad when we were building the board, and I haven't gotten around to testing it. So I'm going to set that aside because that's not part of today's video. We have some OLOy RGB RAM on here, and we've already prepped this board. It has not been turned on since we did the update, so we can check and see if, well, there's probably other updates awaiting, and we can look at what our idle temps are with the Luminar cooler. This is the stock cooler that Intel includes on 12900, 13900, and 14900 non-K CPUs. So if it just says 12900 and no other letters after it, it includes this cooler, and that's why the 12900 is far more expensive than a 12900K. Usually you think the K is the more expensive one. No. Ever since the 12900K, 13900, ever since the 12900, the 13900, and the 14900, those have all been about $40 to $50 more money because of this cooler, and I'm just surprised more content creators haven't talked about it. Furthermore, I'm also very surprised at how many people dismiss how amazing this cooler is and will immediately replace it, and you can buy these Luminar coolers, laminar. Anyway, it's a word about airflow, the way air flows. It's a scientific word. You can buy these on eBay for like 30, 40 bucks a piece, which is, you know, somebody's buying the 12900, 13900, 14900. They are being given false information that the cooler's not good enough. And even before they even try it, you can buy these brand new where the thermal compound that's pre-applied has never even been exercised. These people have no idea how effective this cooler is. They are convinced they're going to replace it before they've tried it. It's like just putting salt on your food before you've tasted it. I don't understand it, but it can work out to your and my financial value. It may be just purely an aesthetic. Maybe they don't like that cooler, but then they shouldn't have bought the 12900. They could have saved the cost of this cooler by buying the higher performing K version, 12900K, which does not come with a cooler, and taken the savings and applied it to the cost of their cooler. To me, that's what you do if you were really thinking this through logically. But maybe there's a scenario I can't imagine where it makes sense to buy something you're going to immediately resell at a financial loss just to replace with something else you also have to buy at a cost. That makes no sense to me, especially when the chip it's included is not only more expensive, but slightly slower and lower performing than the next one up, which is the K, the 12900K, 13900K, 14900K, that do not come with a cooler that cost less. You know, it's people. I don't know what to say. I don't know what they're thinking. I'm sure they have their reasons. Whatever their reasons are, you and I can benefit from it. I'm just sharing this information as a practical technician, that there's emotional purchases and then there's logical purchases. Ideally, you can have a logical and emotional purchase. They are not mutually exclusive. But when it comes to stuff like this, if the cooler's never been used, then the person never even tried it. So, in any event, let's get this plugged in. Let's make sure this works before we change anything, and then let's get a baseline of temp. So I've got my power switch here. I was kind of getting prepped for today's show and brought the switch out, but I haven't hooked anything up. So everything we do is live and unscripted, and I want you to be able to tell in real time how long these tests take. Yes, the videos run 2 and 3 hours long because that's what real life is. Life runs long. An edited life, you can watch somebody's entire life edited down into whatever time period you want. 3 minutes, 40 seconds. You can make a TikTok video from age 0, photographing them every day until the day they die and be down to around 12 minutes of everybody. I don't know. I don't know why somebody wants to watch that. It's like watching every show on fast forward where there's no real dialogue and any sort of meaningful day-to-day information has been omitted. If that's your thing, I mean, that's your thing, but I don't get it. Now, power supply I've got down here, this is just a generic, well, in this case, an EVGA 700 watt power supply. I will use the same power supply pretty much on anything on the bench. I don't use them too long before they end up going into a system that gets sold, and so I can rotate these out. So I never have one that's, 10 years old or anything. I like to make sure that I'm able to thoroughly test them before I sell them to clients. Not every power supply, but the ones I use for testing this kind of stuff is also testing the power supply. So I feel very confident when I sell them at a discount as a used power supply that has been more thoroughly vetted than a brand new one. Let me hook up our EPS power here. That will go, I think I need stronger glasses. I can't read the print on the circuit board. Somewhere in this drawer, there it is. My bigger magnifiers. Let's see if I can make that out. No, now I need a flashlight. There we go. Let's try this one more time. Oh, I was going to put it on number 2. Number 1, the EPS power connector, there's 2 of them side by side. If you're not overclocking, in other words, if you don't have a K processor, or if you have a K processor and you're not planning on overvolting it, you would require the other 8-pin power connector, which not all power supplies come with. So if you're buying this motherboard or one that has 2 8-pin CPU power connectors, you probably only need one unless you're an enthusiast, like an extreme enthusiast who overclocks. And that in and of itself means you're going to be spending more money. So one kind of goes hand in hand with the other. Now, for 2 reasons. 1, we're not overclocking, and 2, we do not have a K processor. That is not a concern that worries us. If we were to put 2 8-pin CPU power connectors on this, it won't hurt anything. But this power supply doesn't provide it, and I'm not going to buy a special one just because I have an empty plug I need to fill. That just doesn't, again, that's an emotional, not a practical solution. And just so you know, so you can make the right decision for you. You might prefer emotional decisions over practical ones. However, as a person that runs a business, my goal is to offer my clients what they see as value. And so if a client wants something for emotional reasons, I definitely have to make sure the client understands that what they're buying is unnecessary. But as long as the client understands that, I'm happy to do the work. Most of the work I do is, what does it take to get us back up and running? And if possible, even make it better than it was before. Well, you've got it. You know, don't just fix it and make it like it was. Well, you've got it. Is there anything you can do to, improve on it? So we turn it into not only a repair, but an upgrade. And, how much is that? And how much faster is it going to be? These are more what I refer to as practical decisions, but can also be emotional as well. But as long as we're both, me and the customer, on the same page of expense, time, and just regular expectations of what the result will be and when and how much, and we're all on the same page, we're good to go for the work. A lot of companies don't really care what your expectations are. They're just there to get your money and convince you to spend more. This is why I'm not a millionaire, I'm sure of it. But that's okay. I sleep well at night. Now, let's get this fired up. I need my keyboard and mouse, an HDMI cable. We could look for a new BIOS update, although, yeah, well, you know what? It's a brand new 890 series chipset, so there could be a BIOS update for that. Whenever the chipsets are brand new, there's typically BIOS updates far more frequently than as they age and they get sort of polished and refined from those earlier BIOS updates. Typically. There's always exceptions. The Intel Ultra series of chips don't suffer the voltage issues that have all since been resolved on the 12th, 13th, and 14th gen. That's all history. It's all been fixed. But the brand new 15th gen Intel Ultra chips never had that problem to begin with. Nor can they, because the chip design is very different. Power. I need power and I need HDMI. Oh, and I need Ethernet. So let's grab all those cables right now. Power supply is in the off position. We'll give it power. HDMI will go where? Right over here. And Ethernet. Oh, I have 2 Ethernets. 2.5 and a 5. Let's plug it into the 5. Why not? Let's go fast. My internet's only 2.5. We're not going any faster. All right. Let's remember what I said, emotional and practical. Make sure this is turned on. We'll hit this button. Oh, turn the power supply on. Hit the power button. Fan starts to turn and all the RGBs go on here. And then let's jump over to our HDMI input, which is camera, what I call camera 2. And we should see a power on self-test screen, which is the, in this case, ASRock logo, appear here in just a moment. these first boot ups can take a little bit longer because it's been unplugged from the wall. If you leave your computer plugged in, on or off, it will boot up much, much faster from an off state. But if you unplug the computer and leave it unplugged for a period of time, you might find that initial boot up might give you a little bit of anxiety that something's wrong when it's just resetting some settings that it's forgotten because of the being unplugged from the wall. Even when it's plugged in and turned off, it's still sipping a little bit of power. This is true for most electronic devices, from televisions and other appliances in your home. Now, let me go to full screen on my side here. Whoops. Where's that? Oh, there we go. Now I can see it the way you guys at home see it. We're definitely in 4K, and that is very difficult for me to read. So I'm going to right-click on the desktop and go to Display Settings, and we're going to boost our scale to 250%. We want everything 2.5 times bigger, since we've got 4 times the screen real estate of 1080. And now that looks much more reasonable to my old eyes. And then we'll jump over to Windows Update. There's, I'm sure, been Windows updates on this since we've last worked on it. Yeah, 35 days ago. I'm sure there's updates. And then, well, that runs. Let's go to CPU-Z, and let's see what BIOS version we have on here versus what's the latest available. And while all that's happening, let's go ahead and start hardware info, and we'll just start monitoring our temps. Versus torturing the computer, how does the computer run during normal use, right? This is a much more useful piece of information to me as a technician, is to say, well, under normal operating circumstances, which is whatever you use your computer for, how are your temps under those circumstances in your environment? And it's going to be different for everybody. But if we throw some massive, resource of intensive application like Cinebench on it, that very rarely replicates actual usage. It'd be like if you handed your car to an F1 race driver and had him slam the gas pedal down to the floor and drive it as hard as he could around the lap several times, around the track, doing several laps to see if your engine will overheat. You never drive your car like that, and that's a ridiculous test to put it through, and it's extraordinarily torturous to the car. But hey, you do you. Again, we talk about emotional needs versus practical ones. So we can see what our actual temps are while the computer's doing regular work by just letting the software run and monitor while we go about our normal day. And this will tell us the lowest temps it's seen down here on our left side. There's all 20 of our cores there. These are the minimum temps since we started this piece of software. And if we go far to the right, these are the maximum temps recorded since we started our testing, or since we started the software. We haven't really started any testing other than the best test is just use the darn computer. And if you're curious what your temps are, they're okay if your computer didn't crash. But if you want to know precisely just how okay they are, again, that's more of an emotional need. You can bring up this software for free. I always use the portable version, and you can monitor the temps all day, all night, every day if you want to. That's something that, you like to just have that anxiety, have at it. Don't let me get in your way. Pretty much whatever you see here isn't going to change anytime soon. There'd be no reason logically and practically to watch this every day. If you're having a symptom with the computer, whether that's loud fans or blue screen crashes or symptoms, then this would make sense to bring up and see what's changed. But unless we have any indication of change, there's no reason to assume it's going to change in any meaningful way at any point in the future, period, unless something indicates that, other than your imagination. But again, there are people that do things for different reasons. I'm not suggesting those reasons aren't valid. They're just not valid for a business. It's very difficult to sell something in my line of work to solve an emotional issue. Now, going back to CPU-Z, I'll look at our main board, our motherboard, and see what version of BIOS. It says from December 6th of last year, it's version 219. So we can quickly just bring up the browser And again, we're downloading Windows updates, we're monitoring our temps, we're going on the browser. Just use the computer like you normally would. And then we're going to look for ASRock Z890 Nova. I realize I misspelled it, but Google's really good at understanding the context. And we're going to go absolutely to the ASRock website, not to a third party. Do not get a BIOS from a third party unless it's coming from Windows Update. And if we go scroll down here, we'll see a support option. And then under BIOS, we can see if we have a newer version. Now, 2.19 is what we have installed. There is a beta of 2.20. This updates the Intel microcode, and in my opinion, if a beta is released to the public, it's a safe thing to use. They just haven't officially certified it, which is more of a formality than it is a technical, rather a practical issue. If this beta BIOS was only available through a private conversation with tech support, and therefore that would not be a public release, that would be something they're sending it to you, then I'd be a little iffy on it, right? And the technician will tell you as much. But the minute they make it available just for anybody to go to the website and download, what that means is it hasn't gone through the formal certification process, but it probably will. It's pretty rare that you see a beta BIOS that's been released to the public ever get recalled. They usually just get certified and replaced with the certification. Now, whether or not we update this BIOS or not is more of an emotional solution than a practical one. We have nothing happening that we're aware of that would justify replacing the BIOS. That being said, I've extracted the BIOS here, and I'm going to grab my flash drive. Imagine if a mechanic, and this is the best way I can explain it. Imagine if a mechanic wanted to vacuum out your car and charge you for it, and you're like, look, I don't care if my car is dirty. And the mechanic says, yeah, it really bothers me your car is dirty. Yeah, but I didn't bring you my car to clean it. I brought you my car to fix it. That's what bothers me. The car doesn't work. I don't care if there's dirt on the floorboards of the car or if there's garbage in the car. I didn't bring it to you for that. And if the mechanic insists, look, this is how I work. I'm going to clean your car, and I'm also going to fix your car. But I'm not going to fix it until I clean it first. There's a lot of businesses that behave this way, and I won't do business with them. You know, I'm not going to pay a mechanic's time for something I could do myself. And if it was important to me, I would have done it. Now, if the mechanic wants to do it for free, then I only want to know how much time does that add to me waiting to get my car back. So I still may not be okay with it. That's unless I specifically said, I want you to clean my car. And in most cases, a mechanic will say, take it to a car wash. But some garage mechanics or smaller businesses might see that as an opportunity to say, yeah, we can do that for added money, right? That's the capitalist way. That's just my perspective on that. Now, we've downloaded our latest BIOS onto a flash drive. Let's close all this out. And again, that is a beta BIOS. We are downloading updates, and as we do all this, you'll see our temps are actually doing very, very well with the Intel stock cooler. What a shock. It's almost like Intel designed a cooler that's made to cool the chip that it came with. The only difference, that's called sarcasm. Oh, I got an idea. Let's sell a cooler with let's include a cooler that causes the CPU to overheat and burn out so we can go through the cost of replacement under warranty for the next 5 years. What sort of a dumb marketing idea is that? Think of the money we're going to spend instead of the money we're going to save. Think of the customers we're going to piss off. That's just the reason why when people say the coolers that come with the CPUs are no good, it's because those are enthusiasts who are never happy. They always want more. Something's always better. But the engineers don't release a cooler to a chip that, when run under the regular advised specifications of voltages, would ever require anything more than that. That's why it's included. It's so you don't screw it up. But people are like, how dare you prevent me from screwing this up and spending more money? This is offensive. Well, you're the one who bought it. You shouldn't have bought it. Anyway, this is the world we live in today. And those people, those are the kind of people that make videos here on YouTube more so than others. So there's a lot of false information in the sense that a lot of people who don't know any better are convinced, because they watch content from the enthusiasts, that immediately as soon as they buy this, they're going to change the cooler because this is a crap cooler. It isn't. It isn't. It's not loud. It's not ugly. It's not that it doesn't work efficiently. It doesn't make any sense other than I want a three-dimensional holographic cooler with metal fans that runs near silent and costs no less than $400 and takes an hour and a half to install, that will eventually fail and require replacement, rather than just the cooler that the engineers who made the chip designed to go on top, plug, 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 you're done, or in this case, 4 screws. The thermal compound's already applied. There's no thermal application for you to deal with. It installs in minutes, and it'll last the entire life of the computer. I don't understand the emotional state of people making purchases that are completely unnecessary, except the only conclusion I have is that they have more time and money than I do. I would not want to invest my time and money that way. I have built, just for complete clarity, for transparency, we have built some ridiculous over-the-top RGB liquid cooler, completely over the top. And that's because we have so many viewers asking us to do it. So I don't generally sell those systems. Those become the computers I stream to you from, and they become eye candy in the background. Like you've seen the computers in the background with all the lights and everything. And then some viewer comes by, they don't know who we are, they go, oh, shiny, and they click on it. And it results in more views. So what would you do if you were me? So I do try to not be extreme one way or the other. I wouldn't put my foot down and say never, because that's just cutting off my nose to spite my face. Why would I not give the people what they want? But at the same time, once we have them, then they can hear me. They can hear my talk about that sort of thing. Some people don't get it. They think that makes me a hypocrite. Why would you do that and say not to do it? I'm explaining and demonstrating why. I'm doing it so you don't have to. Or if you decide to do it anyway, you have reasonable expectations that what you're doing is 100% voluntary, completely unnecessary, and that you have the cash and the time to deal with not only the installation, configuration, and cable management, but also the ongoing maintenance issues that you will have as you overcomplicate and overspend on your build. That may work fine for you, but as a business owner, I don't think I'd have too many happy customers if that's the way I did it. So that explains my old man attitude, because, you know, as a kid, somebody else was paying my bills. I could play all day. So if any of you want to just take over the bills here, I could go back to playing as a child. I really would have no resistance to that whatsoever. All right, let's take a look over in the chat and see what you guys are saying here. Hey, there's Mitch Morrison joining us in the chat. Welcome in, Mitch. Mark Chambers said he'd not put an all-in-one in an office situation. We have for computers that let's be clear, some offices do some pretty intense CAD work and other resource-intensive work that requires a very powerful computer. In fact, Remus Computer Solutions out of Las Vegas specialize in making Threadripper computers that are overclocked and tested thoroughly for every possible megahertz or gigahertz we can get out of them, where they're completely stable and solid and thoroughly tested. Every RAM segment is tested. And, you know, systems like that are like $10,000. And he builds amazing systems. In the time it takes him to build one, I'll have 4 built. So it's really a question of what's the needs. But in a general office where there's just Word and Excel and Outlook or email and web browsing and PDF files and things like that, these days a mini PC is all they need. So again, it depends on the business and the budget and what the business does, right? I just want to scroll back through to see what I've missed here while we're waiting. Mitch Morrison says, why did the Star Wars fan break up? Why did the Star Wars fan break up with the Star Trek fan? They both needed some space. Boom. John Paul Bacon said, the term that I was referring to when selling people unnecessary items is called upselling. Yeah, that's right. You want batteries with that? You want the extended warranty? I know. Good point. I buy from Amazon now, and even Amazon and Newegg try and tack on those extended warranties. I don't even read the screen. I'm just like, click, and then it shows you a bunch of produce like I'm trying to check out. Why am I going to buy a banana on Amazon? I can just go to the store and buy a banana. I don't even pay attention to those. They're just like automatic, habitual clicks. It could say something like, congratulations, you won $1 million, and be sincere, and I would just click past it. So trained like a monkey. Just get me to the cart, for crying out loud. But yeah, they all try and upsell you. They're just doing it digitally now. I'll tell you, when I went to buy a car a few years ago, I had a wonderful experience with the salesman. Very low pressure, very easygoing. And I thought, wow, car buying has changed. Until I went to the, what is it called? The F&I, the finance and insurance guy. That's where the sales took place. You want to buy the extended warranty? It's only $2,000. No. Well, what if I made it $1,000? Okay. If that was supposed to entice me, and that literally is what the gentleman said to me, what you did is you just offended me. That you just tried selling me something for twice as much money, and when I didn't take your bait, you were able to lower that by 50% and still earn a profit. So what does that tell me about what you're selling me? Now I don't know what it's worth. What is that extended warranty worth exactly? In 1 minute you tell me it's worth $2,000, but the next minute you tell me it's worth $1,000. Now I'm thinking maybe it's only worth $0. Because if you could cut the price $1,000 that quickly with that little hesitation, then you thought I was an idiot. And now I don't like you anymore because I don't like that disrespect. And then when I bring it up, they go, well, you can't blame me for trying to sell it to you at retail. $1,000 is still retail. I guarantee you're making a profit on that. So let's be realistic here. The bottom line was I thought I was having a great car buying experience right up until I went to the finance and insurance to do the paperwork. And that's now where sales are happening in car dealerships. Whew. I'll be better prepared next time, except I don't buy a car that often, so it'll probably change again. Good luck keeping up. All right, let's see how we're doing on the process here. Let's see, what does it say? Still installing, up, or temps still remaining. Very, very cool. CPU cooler's very, very quiet. Maybe I'm remembering it wrong. Maybe the CPU cooler was just fine on this build. Maybe it was more of an aesthetic reason, putting it into a case with a big clear window, that I thought a liquid cooler would look better. I can't remember. It's been a while. It's been, well, December apparently since we did this. But I'm still very curious how these two coolers compare. This is free with the CPU. This one's an additional $130. Now, if there's a $130 worth of additional cooling, or maybe you think the screen on top is worth $130, you know, to each his own. I paid over $80 just for a 2.1-inch screen on the Thermaltake build. You know, adding a little digital screen does add a lot of money to a liquid cooler or an air cooler. Just that little piece alone is additional $50 to $80, right? Depending on the manufacturer and the size of the screen. Let's see. Raj D joins us and says hello. Nick Caffrey contributes €10. He says, here's a contribution to something. Thank you, Nick. Garfield Rupe, now a member for 25 months, is in our tech club. He says, I never thought I'd make it this far. Oh, you could make it twice as far. Come on now. Thank you for renewing your membership. David Graham with a $2 super chat says, It says danger, higher intelligence required. He's referring to that little card that was in the cooler box. But you know what? Maybe it does. I can't read it. Look, it was very kind of Alseye to send us the cooler, so I don't want to throw digs at him. For all I know, this could be the best thing since sliced bread. We might be exercising an unfair judgment without any scientifically based evidence of how it performs or sounds or installs. So let's hold off our judgment for a few minutes here. And, you know, let's give everybody the benefit of the doubt. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have agreed to review it. If I thought right out of the gate that this was not going to be worthwhile reviewing, I would not have reviewed it. So the very fact it's here on the table suggests that this has potential. But what that potential is, I have to wait till I experience it, and we just film it live, unscripted, so we can all experience it together for better or for worse. Who knows? Could be a new record breaker in cooling. I don't know. But we're going to, and we're going to know for sure through actual experience, at least on how its fitment and noise and cooling properties for this chip on this board. Obviously, depending on the board and the chip, that could vary. And we're keeping everything at stock voltages. There's no overclocking happening here. So we're not asking too much of it, just a baseline. And we start with this baseline, and then we'll go to that baseline. Robert Kachina contributes €5. He goes, hello, Carrie and Mara. Here's for the Gatorade. Thank you, Robert. Joining us from Slovenia. Oh, I see Frankie B is in the chat room. Wonderful. Always good to see our friend Frankie. Daryl Loftus saying hello. LJ says hello. There's Steve Perry joining us in the chat. Phil Stott said, it's probably a good thing I don't know any race car drivers. My current vehicle just passed 220,000 miles on the odometer. My last vehicle was retired after 330,000 miles. Well, and I mean, that's the best test you can give it. How is it to live with day after day under normal driving conditions? Maybe there might be some extreme weather or extreme traffic, or maybe you're on a road trip in San Francisco and you're going up and down steep hills. How do the brakes work? You know, how much power do you have when you need to get on the freeway? Stuff like that, you just have to live with it to figure it out. And, you know, if you're immediately having problems, you probably don't want to keep that car very long, regardless of what anybody else has to say about it, right? It's just based on your actual experience versus what you've read or seen online. These things can be very, very different. Mark Chambers said, sometimes we just want a little bit more shiny on our PC. Yeah, and you're welcome to have that. I like a little more shiny in my pocket in the form of shiny cash or coins. Gold and silver is really shiny too. So is palladium and platinum. Those are super shiny. I would much rather have that personally, but to each his own. You know, whether you're doing something for your own emotional need or you're doing it to impress other people, if it's a problem money can solve, it's not really a problem. As far as I'm concerned, the basics in life don't require any money. I mean, you just look around at the animals that are not human that seem to survive and continue to evolve just fine, and they never have any sort of financial exchange. They might do some bartering from time to time, but the chasing after money and just spending money for the sake of, I like the color of the lights. I mean, it's your money. You can spend it however you want. It's just not a service I recommend to my clients. If my clients request it from me, obviously we talk about how that changes the price and the time, but it doesn't matter to me as far as what I build. What matters to me is what I'm investing in. And it is, let's make no mistake, an investment. I don't need RGB on my wrenches and screwdrivers. They're tools. They're tools that are there to help earn me money. Without those tools, I'd have a much more difficult time earning money. So I have a very different way of looking at it, coming from a professional perspective versus a consumer perspective. If you're a consumer who has the luxury of the time and the money to do that, I guess I'm just a little bitter and jealous, because I would like to pay somebody else to do that and then not feel it in the pocketbook, where I'm not sacrificing going out to dinner or buying a new car that I've invested, twice as much money in something more than I needed to add a bunch of accessories that were totally voluntary, unnecessary, and don't add any reliability, security, or performance or cooling to my computer. They just make it a lamp. I could just buy a lamp. I don't keep computers very long, generally speaking. So to put a lot of money into a car or a computer doesn't make sense to me. These are things every few years we go through them. So to take the time and the money, look, if we wanted to make me a really fancy coffin and it was a few extra $1,000s, that's great. I'm going to use it for a very long time. If it's a car that somebody could run into it just randomly and ruin it, completely total my car, I don't want to put special tires on it and all these upgrades that don't change the Blue Book value, because even in a best case scenario, it wears out over time, it devalues, and Blue Book doesn't give me, the Kelly Blue Book, doesn't give me additional value for those upgrades that I put on it, only if they came from the manufacturer. So it's just pouring money into it. And why? Oh, so I can impress the person in the car next to me who I don't know, I will never meet, and if I ever met them, I probably wouldn't like them anyway. So what do I care what they think of my car? Cars are very expensive. Like, they make PCs look like child's play when it comes to the unnecessary additions they offer on high-end cars these days. So I would rather own 2 cars than one fancy one. But that's just me. Steve McCure says, Kerry, you may be onto something here. RGB coffins. Absolutely. I mean, why not? Let's put all kinds of RGB on it, make it, spectacular to look at, and then bury it 6 feet in the ground where no one will see it. Because that's what people are doing with their computers. They're burying RGB on top of other RGB, so less is more. Big coolers like this one's not so bad, but we've seen these coolers overlap RGB RAM when they're installed, and you can't see your RGB RAM that you paid extra for something you can't even see it. You might as well make the bottom plate RGB. That way when you put it on, you'll never see anything but maybe a little glow coming out the edges. Why not? If a company can make a profit selling you something, they don't care if that's future e-waste. That's your problem. That's not their problem. As soon as you bought it, it's your problem. They don't care if it provides you any functionality. Not necessarily. It depends on the product. But if the product is a light and the light lights up, it's yours now. That's for you to deal with. Once it's out of warranty, it's not the company's problem. It's a high profit item. It makes no sense. It does nothing. And if you're willing to buy it, they'd be fools to not sell it. So consumers drive this entirely. Framework laptops are very practical, but I've never seen one come in for repair, and I've never seen anybody actually own one. If people wanted practical, there'd be framework laptops everywhere. But it's just not what consumers want. Consumers want e-waste. That's what they want. That's what they buy. And then they complain about the e-waste that they're buying. I don't know. Businesses, on the other hand, they're held to a higher standard with regards to what they're buying under what budget, how much profit they're making versus what their costs are. It's still an investment either way. The scale of it is different. But even a home user is running a business. You've got income, right? You've got payables and receivables. You have responsibilities. You're running a little business. Like I said, unless you're a child and someone else is taking care of all your bills, if you don't treat your personal life the same as a business financially, you're probably going to end up in so much debt, you end up bankrupt like some companies. It's just how long it takes you to get there and how many people suffer. In your case, probably you and maybe your family that lives with you. But in the case of a business, it can mean all the employees and all the customers get the shaft as a result of mismanagement from the executives. And of course, the people who really get the shaft are the investors, who lose literally millions of dollars when that happens. It's hard to feel sorry for the investors because it's typically not the only millions of dollars they have. It's probably one of many investments, and they just lay a little bit out everywhere. Instead of putting everything in one putting all their eggs in one basket, they spread it out. So if you have some failures and some successes, hopefully at the end it works out better. But it's all gambling. Whereas the employees who go to work every day might live paycheck to paycheck. And that mismanagement and pursuit of more cash could result in a complete collapse. And it can cause some very serious consequences and collateral damage to all of the employees taking care of their families, and plus your customers, who obviously were doing business with you because they thought they were getting good value and good service for the price they were paying. So, I try and continually make the viewers aware that outside of the enthusiast community, there is a world that is revolving around business. And it's likely that business that has enabled you to have electricity, a house, a car, a computer, YouTube. This is all companies that you're utilizing every single day. Talk about your enthusiast hobbies, which is fine, but it's not the other way around. So my emphasis is on trying to stay in business, not on trying to please enthusiasts. Now, if I could do both, I'd be all for it. I don't have anything against one or the other. Just want to pay the bills at the end of the month. All right, enough of that. Let me go back over to the screen here to see how we're doing. Did our updates finish? Something says it's, why would that be stuck on downloading? That definitely seems to be stuck. So what I'm going to do is just restart, because I don't know why that's taking so long. But take a look at our idle temps here just real quick before I restart. It's not even idle. We're still using the computer, but we're barely using it. I mean, look at how low. We're averaging 36 degrees Celsius. Now, will that average go up or down with this cooler, with this Alseye cooler? Or will it be the same? And then, of course, we can do some extreme tests, which is, giving the keys of your car to a race car driver to drive it in a way you will never drive it, in a scenario your car will never see, just to see how it performs, just in case. Just in case a meteor falls out of the sky, I want to be prepared for it. Well, good luck. Some things in life just happen no matter how much you prepare for it, and they're going to happen anyway. So there's a risk-reward system, the same as in business, that I try to exercise in my life is, am I spending money or time dealing with something that likely won't change a thing that I have no control over? Or is this a sound investment that will later pay me back? And we simply can't be prepared for everything all the time. In fact, that would make life quite boring. There was no surprises, blindsiding, or other excitement. And it also gives us some great stories to tell. No matter if the event is tragic, it's still a story. It's still something interesting, even if it's negative. As humans, these tend to be things we latch onto, and we'll never forget these things, to make sure that those things will never happen again. And instead, other things happen, but they're still tragedies. They're just different tragedies. Okay, we'll make sure that these tragedies don't happen ever again. And then different tragedies. So that's just part of life. I've grown to learn to accept that my ability to control everything is limited, and any further exhaustion towards trying to prevent some things is a complete waste of my time, and it's tiring and frustrating. So just sometimes I have to let things be and go with the flow and recover out of it. Every obstacle you've ever encountered in your life, every one of you have overcome those obstacles. So what are you worried about? We take reasonable precautions, obviously, to prevent something that's easily preventable. And then we judge, all right, is this worth the time and money? And will it ultimately make any difference at all? And is there an imminent threat outside of my mind? Because of social media and because of the news, it's very profitable to get people worked up. And so at some point, it's up to you to decide what's actually applicable in reality to you versus to me and somebody else. And I'm just trying to apply that here with computers as well. We have a very, very nice computer here that didn't break the bank. You know, yes, it's an expensive motherboard. It's a $350 motherboard, and we have about a $400 CPU on it. On the other hand, we didn't go overkill on the RAM or the power supply, and the NVMe storage is a bit overkill with Gen 5. We could have gone Gen 4 and saved some money, so that's a bit unnecessary. But you know, when we're all said and done with this build, with a case, power supply, with everything added up, we're probably still half the price of what a system integrator would sell you the system for. And you know, if you wanted to add a graphics card to it, you could go ahead and double your price right there, easy. So you're probably somewhere around $1,200 for everything, and you've got a very, very fast system. It's going to stay fast and quiet and reliable, feature rich. It's got some RGB without being obnoxious. You're looking at probably around $1,200 or less. Today's price is the middle of January 2025. That means it's going to take longer for it to depreciate, to be obsolete. Meaning, if you bought something really, really cheap today, $300, you may only get 3 to 5 years out of it. We're going to get 10 years out of this. And its resale value won't degrade as quickly as something cheaper would. So you get more, you pay more, you get more. It has a longer life. If you're somebody who doesn't keep a computer for 10 years, then, you know, just look for the value today, and you replace every 2 or 3 years. Like somebody who leases a car may not care too much about the details. They're only going to have the car 2 or 3 years, and every 2 or 3 years they get a new one. So how bad could it be? You know, if the car's a piece of crap, it's under warranty the whole time, and you're going to get a new one in 2 or 3 years. So who cares? I was raised without money, so you have to more or less, if you get something, take care of it, because you'll never get another one, or it'll be very difficult to get another one. Make it last as long as possible. Is that why his videos are so long? Might be something to that. That's my PTSD, is just going back to that lifestyle. That scares me. I don't want to go back to that. I want to get something quality. Doesn't have to be the highest price thing, but I also don't want the cheapest thing. Put me right in the middle, get me set up, and I don't have to worry about it for a long time. Statistically, there's always exceptions, but if you buy something quality, if it's a faucet, it's a nice, decent faucet, you shouldn't have to deal with leaks and plumbing issues versus the cheapest thing you could find on AliExpress, because it's the same amount of expense in time to replace it or repair it. So if you think your time is worth nothing, let's talk again as we age, and we'll see if you still feel the same way as we get closer to the end of this ride. Each of us, I'm sure, start to put a value on time differently once we realize it is not a bottomless pit of time. And as we reach closer and closer to getting to the bottom and we realize that, I think our perspective on its value results in some remorse and regret to how we squandered it years ago and how we could have used it more effectively and efficiently. That is something I try to be self-aware of. You know, is this something I'm doing right now that I'll be okay with as I lie on my deathbed one day and look back on how I invested my time? Was that a selfish investment, or was I trying to make the world around me better, trying to share in community, and was that worth it? My feeling now at this point in this stage of life is yes, it's very worth it. It's what I'm dedicated to. But can you say the same? I hope so. And I hope you see the value of our community here and the actual connections we make with other people, because that's far more important than any amount of money or any achievement. And in fact, a lot of achievements are very selfish. I won a race. I built a house. Okay, good for you. But when we work together, we achieve together. It's something that's shared, and we don't have to work as hard when we have the help and assistance of friends who are doing so not out of a financial selfish means, but out of a means to have that great feeling of accomplishment and fulfillment inside. I have looked down the aisles of Walmart, and I have never seen fulfillment available for sale. I think there was a spot on a shelf for it, but it was sold out. Or it was way too high, I couldn't reach it, and I couldn't find anybody to help. Is this thing finished rebooting? Let's see. No, it's still restarting. Something about this isn't happy. I don't know what's going on, but it's taking a long time. I think what I'm going to do here is something I rarely do. But because we're live and unscripted, normally I would just walk away from this, come back and see it in an hour. Or I can just cut the power to it. It's a new install, there's nothing on it. We're not gonna hurt anything. Let me boot it back up again and hope whatever that hiccup was doesn't repeat itself, or we could have a problem. When you have a problem one time with your computer, why did my computer do this? This is what customers want to know. Well, if it's not happening anymore, what's the point in knowing why? Only if problems persist do we treat them. So it's the same with the doctor. You know what? 3 weeks ago, my elbow hurt. Okay, the doctor's going to say, does it hurt now? No, but why did it hurt? You hear yourself, right? It doesn't hurt now? No. Did it hurt before that? No. So it just hurt this one time 3 weeks ago? Yes. And it hasn't hurt again since? No. Okay, is there any other questions I can answer for you? Because that one's not an answerable question. We see that a lot with computers. There's a lot of anxiety. I had a problem. What caused it? Because I want to make sure I don't have that problem again. I don't know. You're going to need to have the problem again so we know if it's a persistent thing or if it was just a fluke. Could have been something beyond your control. Could have been so many different things, from a slight power brownout to an accidental key press you didn't realize. There's a lot of different reasons. And you turn it off and turn it back on again. Is it okay? Then you're fixed. Don't worry about why. If it keeps happening over and over, 2, 3, 4 times, now we've got a symptom. Now we can fix that. Same with the human body, same with your car, same with your kitchen faucet. It's got to be persistent, or we're just not going to find any solution for it. We're just going to waste our time, never really knowing if anything we're doing to it is having any difference if we can't replicate the problem. So just because a computer has an issue doesn't mean something's wrong with it. You turn it off and turn it back on, everything might be fine. So in this case, something was locked up, appeared to be hung up anyway on a Windows update, and even restarting it was still hung up. Is that still going to persist? Or by turning it off and back on again, have we resolved the problem? Well, it's much easier and cheaper to do this on your own than to call somebody to do this for you, because it's very simple for you to do your own test here. So we'll just go back to Windows Update. And we'll see if it completes the updates this time. And if it hangs up in the same way again, we know how to replicate the issue to know whether or not the changes we make to it are effective. On the other hand, if this completes as normal, there was nothing to fix. So this is an issue that usually gets resolved really quick the first time the customer gets a bill for me to do nothing. Because customers don't like paying me to do nothing. But if I come outside on site, when I've already told the customer there's not much I can do, and they want you to look at it anyway, and then I look at it and go, I can't find anything, demonstrate the problem for me. The customer can't, on demand, demonstrate the problem for me. I'll spend a little bit of time being patient within whatever window of time that I'm billing the client for. I'll make sure they get their money's worth, but at the same time, I'll say, well, there's nothing I can do. And by the way, I still spent the time. I still need to get paid. And that usually shuts that down going forward, where the customers will be extra sure that they have something for me to fix. Most customers are not just like throwing money at me to do nothing. I mean, if they would, I'd be okay with it. Show Enough just became a supporter. Hey, right on. Thank you for joining our tech club. We're paying you right now to do nothing, Carrie. I'm waiting. We were looking at the local Goodwill store the other day. And my, oh my, when it comes to electronics at a Goodwill store, they don't have much these days. I saw a number of large screen televisions, like big LCD televisions, and a lot of little LCD computer monitors, like 14 to 22 inches. Those computer monitors at Goodwill were priced $9 to $15 each. and they had like they couldn't sell them. They had a whole thing of them. And then down below on the floor were all the big screen TVs. I didn't have my glasses. I don't know what the price was, but it looks like they can't even give them away. And then when you look for computers, nothing. Zero computers. But you know what I did find? An old AT style power supply. I guess it was an early ATX power supply from some generic, something that should be in the garbage can. Then there was also a couple of DVD drives, just bare internal DVD drives sitting on just old junk. And then they also, in the electronics section, they had the drawers that would hold VHS tapes. Remember the wooden cabinets with the plastic drawers in your VHS tape? Yeah, no VHS tapes, but they had the drawers. They also had really gross old kitchen appliances, like an old crock pot. And they had an old like blender, and it was yellowed, and Lord knows what was cooked in it, or I don't know how it was treated or cleaned, but gross, just gross, not at any price. I was really hoping I might find an older, I don't know, gateway computer or something that we could put on the show and take a look at what I bought at Goodwill, since that would be super cheap. And it turns out in like New York, they have Goodwill computer centers where all of the Goodwill stores don't carry the computers there. They all go to a specific type of Goodwill store, but not here in Arizona. So here in Arizona, you just have to hop from store to store to store and see which ones have got what. But electronics-wise, I mean, Goodwill these days is mostly clothes. You'll see a little bit of dinnerware. They had a Bose clock radio. Remember the sound wave clock radio they used to advertise on TV in the 90s? They wanted $45, and it was dusty and used. And I thought, really? For an old clock radio? I mean, it was pretty innovative 30 years ago, but to still want that price, it may be 20 bucks. So I was like, all right, had enough of this. But yeah, if you need another computer monitor, Goodwill, 10, 15 bucks, you're good to go. Oh, they also had a bunch of power adapters, like laptop power adapters, just loose. They're just hanging on pegs with no association to any product. So I guess if you need a power adapter and you know exactly what type of end connector, voltage and polarity and wattage you need, you could go to Goodwill, and they must have had 100 different variations. No two were the same, as far as I could tell. For laptops to anything that takes an AC plug, not just computers, any electronic device, they weren't separated in any way. They were just wherever they would fit on the peg. So good luck on your treasure hunt. Probably some bargains in there if it's something you need. I really hoped I could get a PC there. I was really looking forward to it. I was so disappointed. Nothing. You know, they had an electric typewriter for 25 bucks. A big old, that's a pretty good deal for 25 bucks. It's too bad it takes up so much space and I would never use it, but pretty neat. All right, let me go back over and see how our updates are doing this time. Okay, we're moving along a little bit better now. Again, I don't know why the slowness. We have a very fast internet connection, and I might just give up on this because it's taking too much time. We're already an hour and 20 minutes into today's show, and I was just trying to get some basic updates here, and I don't know why the download is so slow. That's ridiculous, and we're on a 5 gig internet connection. You know what? Let me unplug it from the 5 gig side, and let's plug it into the 2.5. Give that a minute to resynchronize and see if that download speeds up. That's my last-ditch attempt to try and move this along. These downloads shouldn't take this long. Now, the installation of a cumulative update can take quite a few minutes because cumulative updates can be pretty intensive. But the download of the cumulative update should happen relatively quickly on a fast internet connection. So we'll just give that a minute because it will realize, it being Windows Update, will realize our IP address just changed, and it's going to fail and then retry again. And hopefully on the retry, that 6% will jump to like 30 and 40 and 50. Or it won't, in which case we'll just shut the darn thing off, update the BIOS, run Cinebench on it just for like 2 minutes to see what our temps are. swap the cooler, and do the same thing. All right, so that's our plan for today's video. Ghostly Lurker says, yeah, Goodwill has lots of clothes, dinnerware, and furniture that even Grandma was tired of. Oh yeah, they had some older furniture there. They had, for example, shelving units that didn't have any shelves. So I guess if you could make your own, you know, you'd be good to go. Paul Connolly joins us and says hello. Romix Star wants to know which CPU would you put on a new gaming build? It would really depend on what your budget is. So the more you spend, the more you get. And there is, yeah, wow, that download went much, much faster. The more you spend, the more you get. So I know Romic's been asking in the last couple videos a lot about gaming builds, and I will say it as many times as I have to. I can't advise you on a gaming build. What I advise you on is what your budget is and what's available in your country. So based on that, I also need to know what games do you plan on playing, and are you going to play them in 4K? Are you going to play them on dual monitors? Are these AAA titles that just came out, or are these older like esports games? Is it League of Legends? Is it something like World of Warcraft? Or is it a flight simulator? Or is it an MMORPG? There's so many different variations of what defines gaming. So while I do appreciate your questions, any further questions regarding what is the right system for you, I would advise you, once again, as I said yesterday, if you're looking for a gaming system, look at PlayStation or look at Xbox. That is, for me, the generic answer I can give to generic, vague questions like that. Other than that, it really is specific to all of this other variable data, which then takes research and time to look up. It's not as simple as simply telling somebody, buy this GPU without specifying the make and model, right? Because one model made by Asus as a 4090 Ti versus a 4090 Ti made by, I don't know, Power Color, somebody. They may have different amounts of RAM and different speeds and frequencies. It's just not all this. It's a 4090 Ti. It's just oversimplifying this. If you want to oversimplify your build, buy one already built. So there's plenty of custom game PC manufacturers like Falcon Northwest and heck, even NZXT that can sell you a pre-built machine where all of this is defined for you. If you're looking to pinch pennies and look at how much each item is, you probably need to do the research to figure out which parts are more valuable to you, whether or not that fits within your budget and it's capable of doing the games that you want to play at the resolutions you want to play on. If you don't want to do all that work, let somebody else do it. You're going to pay more for it, and or just go get an Xbox or a PlayStation. So unfortunately, you know, the internet is rife with enthusiasts building gaming PCs to whatever the enthusiast values are in budget. It has very little help for those of us just watching to use that as any idea that that's what I want to, unless you're playing those same games and you share the same value as the content creator, which maybe you do, but it seems highly unlikely. But for that reason, we don't get into it, right? It's just far too complex and it doesn't pay the bills. When it's all said and done, whatever money you're saving by asking all these questions is costing somebody else's time. If it's a, you know, a problem you're trying to solve, that's different than, you know, there's something I want, but there's all these variables related to it, and which variables should I pick? It's profoundly time consuming. And for that reason, there are computer consultants that can talk with you and spend time with you to get to know you and your budget, but they're not going to do that for free. So you're going to be paying more whether you do the research yourself, if you pay for a consultant to help you pick the right parts, or if you just buy a pre-built from a gaming system integrator. These are all valid options, and it's just up to you to pick which one. So I do appreciate your questions, though. I just wish they were questions I could answer. We may have folks in the chat room that would be willing to help you with that, but I don't know how useful their information will be. Usually it's pretty good, but the proper place for that kind of the amount of time you need to go through all of the variables would be better off using our boards at kerryholzman.boards.net. You're certainly more than welcome to post your question there and then see what others offer you as answers, and then you decide which answers are going to be most appropriate for you, because you're going to ask 10 different people. You're likely going to get 10 different answers. All right, but you know, take advantage of our forums. And again, the forums, I can put it up here on the page. We're waiting for this. Will be this computer over here, kerryholzman.boards.net, and that looks like this right here. See up here? kerryholzman.boards.net. And there is no cost to this, nor do we ever intend on putting a cost to this. And there's no advertising in this that I've ever seen. I mean, nothing that we're getting paid for. This is strictly for our community, and we would encourage you to create an account. Just register right up here. We don't ask you for anything other than what would be required to verify you're not a bot. We're not looking for any money or credit card or, you know, a copy of your ID. We're not that. But at the same time, we're also not just letting anybody willy-nilly sign up who can just be here to torment people. So with Mara maintaining the administration, she's ensuring that everybody that is a member here is free and they are real people and not bots or spammers. We encourage you to join us there, because we're looking forward to a lot of great discussion happening when we're not live here on the boards within the community themselves. And of course, myself and Mara will jump in regularly as well, but we don't want to monopolize what is essentially for all of us. So I hope you take advantage of that. Let me jump back over here now, back to camera 2. Okay. Now we're moving along. This is much better. We're just about done with the install here. That should be our final update, and then we can go ahead and put our latest BIOS on and run our heat test. Pull this cooler off. We'll clean the thermal compound off of it. We'll apply new thermal compound, see how this mounts, get it all hooked up, and then run the same exact test and do a temperature comparison difference and a noise comparison difference, along with a difference in the difficulty or ease of which it is to install it. Some coolers are profoundly difficult. The Intel coolers are always very easy. But we've also seen some third-party coolers that are just as easy. Which one will this Alseye, which category will it? I don't know until I do it. So we'll find out here together in just a few more minutes. In the meantime, if you're having a problem with a computer, we're here to help. If you're having an imaginary problem with your computer, I can't help you. If it's a friend's computer, I can't help you, but I can help the friend. Invite them in. And if it's something you're worried about happening that hasn't happened, I can't help you with that either. We can deal with actual symptoms that you're actually having, and we can actually solve those. Everything else is conjecture and gossip. There's some concern lately that people have had with regards to TikTok. My view on this, since I already know it's probably been asked in the chat, if the ban goes through, it just means you won't be able to download TikTok. If you already have it, it won't be taken from you. I do believe, and I could be wrong, but I do believe what's happening here is China has banned Facebook and I think Instagram and Google, so their citizens cannot use it, because on those platforms, they often encourage people to, you know, against communism. And the Chinese government is like, don't you poison the minds of our citizens. And because you're doing that, you're not allowed in our country. So the citizens have to use a VPN or something to access Facebook and Google and Instagram. So the United States is saying, well, since you're doing that to us, we're going to do that back to you. So since TikTok is owned by a Chinese company that the Chinese government could at any point say, give us your stuff, and the company would have to We'd have no choice. And China's saying, well, we haven't done that. We're saying, but you could. The company says, well, we haven't provided any data, but you'd have to. And you're influencing our elections. So therefore, just like your government banned Facebook and Google, we're going to ban you, tit for tat. That's why I think that, first of all, you have nothing to worry about. It's not like it's illegal to use it. You just will have to find some other way to download it at some point. The entity will still exist. It'll just be difficult to get. But having it won't be against the law, and using it won't be against the law. But providing it, in other words, anybody who makes it available, there could be legal consequences. So when you go to some websites that have third-party downloads and you enable the thing on your phone that says, you know, allow me to install untrusted stuff, it could get much worse with viruses and things and people taking advantage. But it's not like anybody's going to be checking your phone or blocking your access. So if it's important to you, download TikTok at the Google Play Store or iOS, and that app should continue to work regardless. It's getting the app after the ban goes through that might prove to be challenging and risky. So that's all it is. It's really not complicated. And if China hadn't started it, the US probably would not have retaliated. That's my guess. But it doesn't affect citizens in the sense that anybody's going to be in trouble. If you find a way to work around it, nobody cares. All right. So I just wanted to address that. Davis Parsons with a $10 super chat says, what's my opinion on secure boot and core isolation? Thank you for the super chat and the question, Davis. When it comes to added security, it's like asking me, what are your thoughts on putting locks on the doors of your house and car? What's your thought of maybe putting a burglar alarm on your car and your house? These are all good things. These are there not as an absolute solution, because absolute solutions do not exist. This is a deterrent, right? This is about putting up proper steps that make it more difficult to hack you, for you to become a victim of identity theft or ransomware infections and things of that nature. But you can still override it. You can still have the locks on your house and car and not lock them. You can still have a fancy burglar alarm and disable it to invite a criminal who's disguising themselves as a utility worker who says they need access to your house, and you're the problem because you've just in this scenario you would be the problem because you've just circumvented everything you put in to prevent that from happening. So we still have a human psychological issue to work with, and in the meantime, things like secure boot and things like what was the other one he asked about? Core isolation are there to keep people honest, right? To make it harder for people to steal. And thieves are lazy. They're the laziest people you'll ever meet in your life. And that's why if you have two cars parked next to each other, and one is an old piece of junk car that nobody wants, but the keys are in it and the windows are down and the doors are unlocked, and the other is a rare, valuable car, but that rare, valuable car has an alarm, the windows are rolled up and the doors are locked. Which one do you think that thief is going to take 99 times out of 100? The easy, fast one. In and out, quick. The minute you add a deterrent, if the thief sees an easier option, one that doesn't require as much effort, they'll take it nearly every time. So it's not about absolutes. It's about deterrent. And so these added deterrents are there for your benefit. So you're asking me what I think of them? I think they're great. Everybody should use them. Why wouldn't you? But thank you for the question. All right, did this thing finish? I hope so. Let's go take a look. Oh yes, it's done. All right, we'll reboot here, let those updates take effect. And then we'll let it boot to the desktop, make sure that's okay. Restart, go into the BIOS, update the BIOS, restart, make sure it goes into the desktop, start our cooling testing. We want to make sure we have a fair testing platform here with all updates and drivers being supplied as the latest to ensure that we don't have any software issues that could cause an overuse of resource generating more heat at an idle than somebody else with a similarly equipped system would experience. And that's sometimes what software updates and driver updates fix. Fan curves and whatnot, memory leaks and etc. I'm just scrolling through the chat to see if I've got other questions I might have missed. Nick Caffrey says here in Ireland, Copilot seems to have arrived recently. Yeah, well, I wouldn't turn my nose up at Copilot either. It's still in its early evolutionary stages, but it shows a lot of promise and could be a new way to look for things that doesn't require as much thought in how you phrase things. I've heard people ask the same question 10 different ways, as though I were a computer, and if they just phrased it differently, I would change my answer. And I find it very annoying that people can't seem to discern when they're talking to a computer how sometimes rephrasing a question can get you a different answer. But if you're talking to a human being who understands what you meant, it doesn't matter how many different ways you ask it, you're still going to get the same answer. And Copilot more likely mimics that human behavior, where you can talk like a human being to another human being and clarify anything that you're worried about was misunderstood if you didn't get the answer you wanted. On the other hand, if there is an answer you wanted, you're probably better off not asking it, because then your question is disingenuous if anything but the answer is acceptable to you. Well, that's not the answer I wanted, so let me ask another way. It's ridiculous. But this is how people have learned to communicate with computers, and they're doing that more than they're communicating with people. And now they're talking to people as though people were computers. And I find it very annoying. But be that as it may, I think things like ChatGPT and Copilot, they're going to make more natural and encourage natural conversation in order to change this cultural behavior that has really, really changed the way people communicate with each other. In my lifetime, I've noticed it. Not everybody, doesn't affect everybody, but enough so that I notice it when it's happening. Anyway, Rip City Raider, now a member for 22 months. Right on. Thank you, Rip City Raider. He says, I just wanted to say thanks to Carrie and Mara for bringing this wonderful content. Well, thank you. Thank you for being here. And thank you for contributing and supporting the channel. We can't thank you enough for that. And of course, for being a part of this amazing community we have here, which personally, I'm not aware of any community this big that's this kind and friendly. And super thank you to each and every one of you who make that so. Jump back over to camera one here right quick. Looks like Vasos in the chat is asking a question about a problem he's having. I'm trying to find the original question. The problem, here it is. The problem I have with my new PC is that I connect the auxiliary 3.5-inch, the audio jack, to the motherboard and the sound cuts out every couple seconds. Is there a solution? Well, what I would do is, what it sounds like to me is you have a cable where the inside of the cable is broken. That's usually what causes that. So if you had a pair of headphones or a different set of speakers you could plug in and verify that the same audio glitch is happening on two different sets of audio amplifiers, if you will, be it headphones or speakers. We have seen this over and over and over again, where the jack itself, the wires that go to the plug that come out of the speakers or the headphones, from being bent back and forth, the inside of the cable breaks. This creates an intermittent connection, and the simple and easy fix, or at least the diagnostic, is to use something else. Plug in headphones. If you're using headphones, then plugging in a different set of headphones or speakers. If you just borrow them from a friend or another computer, to verify, is the problem with the speakers or headphones, or is the problem with the motherboard jack itself? If you find the problem is the motherboard jack, then likely you'll need to send the board back to the manufacturer under warranty. On the other hand, in most cases, it's simply a speaker wire problem or a headphone wire problem. It's usually a very simple and easy diagnostic and repair on that. Usually it's the speakers or headphones. We done? Oh, we're going to do this again? The installing the .NET framework? I'll tell you what, let's just move on, because this is taking far too long to just get these updates. In retrospect, maybe I could have done this last night in preparation for today's show. I'm going to just close that out. Windows updates run in the background anyway, so I don't have to manually go and grab them. Let's go ahead and restart, and I'll start pressing the delete key over and over and over again, and hopefully we'll get into the BIOS where we can apply that BIOS update we downloaded about half an hour ago. So bear with me here for a second. Elgato is the name of our video and audio capture card, and that's just letting us know that it's getting no video signal out of the computer because the computer is restarting. So that's, when you see that on your screen, it's not an error. It's just simply information that the reason you're not getting a display is because no display signal is being sent. So as we go through the power on self-test or post screen, just spamming on the delete key gets us into the BIOS, and we're going to go down here to where it says Instant Flash, and we can see up here that we're on the 2.19 version of BIOS right up here. So Instant Flash, and of course you want to make sure BitLocker is not enabled, and it automatically finds the update on the flash drive. We did not have to point the BIOS to it, and then we just tell it, yeah, go ahead and update that, and just leave it alone and allow the computer to do what you've asked it to do. Don't micromanage it, don't interrupt it, leave it alone, walk away, or sit idly by. Here it wants us to press OK to restart for the BIOS update to continue, but unless otherwise instructed, leave it alone. You've asked it to do something, now let it do what you just asked it to do. Don't interrupt it, don't distract it, don't interfere. If you follow that very simple process, you will be successful 100% of the time. BIOS updates are not scary. They're nothing that require your intervention. Once you set it to work, the worst thing you can do is interrupt it or distract it. Leave it alone. So as it reboots now, it's going to continue the BIOS update. Some motherboards behave in this way in a BIOS update. Others completely update the BIOS without a restart. It just depends on the manufacturer, the model, and that particular BIOS update. And it's maybe more frequently on AMD than it is on Intel, but they both, again, neither one is really immune from this behavior either way, whether it has to reboot or doesn't have to reboot while the BIOS update takes place. Earlier motherboards, you just generally updated in the BIOS and then you rebooted when it was done. The newer boards, it's becoming more and more common for a reboot to be required for the BIOS update to finish installing, because it may be updating a part of the BIOS that's in use in the BIOS when you're updating through the BIOS with the BIOS. It's like trying to change a flat tire on a moving car. You need to stop the car, then take the tire off. And that's effectively by rebooting what they're doing. They're stopping the engine so that, or at least stopping the vehicle, as it were, from moving, so that you can get the tire off that's flat, put the new tire on that's inflated, and then you can continue moving forward after that. That would be the best analogy I could think of. And of course, any distraction or interruption to the person changing a tire is just going to keep you there longer and may result in something being done improperly. So best to let somebody do that work without disruption, if possible, unless it's absolutely necessary. Most BIOS updates take anywhere from 3 to as much as 10 minutes, depending on the fanciness of the motherboard and the means by which you're updating. For example, a quick flashback BIOS that happens right through the USB port through pushing a special button on motherboards that feature this option are much, much slower. But they also enable you to update the BIOS without any video, without any CPU, and without any RAM. Nothing more than a power supply and a flash drive with the proper BIOS name, and it just blinks an LED. There's plenty of videos on YouTube that show you that. But my preference, of course, is to do it where I can visually see progress, and I will only use BIOS flashback when absolutely necessary. It's not only slower, it's vague. So this is much more to my liking and understanding the progress and how far along we are and how much is left. And all you have is a blinking LED. It's just a little too much faith that I have, but if I have to do it and I have no choice, then I will do that as a last resort. And again, not all motherboards offer that option. Robert McCord Magumi joins us in the chat, says hello. There's Chris Johnson joining us, saying hello. Welcome in. Essential Working Too Hard, and Barry Klein. What's happening?
You have email, and I just want to let everybody know I added a language translator to the forum, so you could basically translate it into...
You've added a language translator to the forum?
Correct.
And I should check my email. So you came in here to say, you've got mail.
Good.
All right. Well, I guess this is as good a time as any to check it since we're just waiting on a BIOS update anyway. So let's check. Emails. Oh, our friend Charlie Purdy sent us an Amazon gift card for $100. Right on. He says this is for future content for the community. Well, thank you so much, Charlie. Abdul Patel sent $50 via PayPal. He says, I want to thank you for the SCD keys for the Windows 10 Pro OEM key and Office 26 professional key deals. Apparently he bought them, saved a lot of money. Of course, they worked exactly as we told you they would. Fully 100% legal, legit. And the amount of money that he saved, he tipped us $50 because even with that, he saved a lot of money. So thank you so, so much. We're glad we could save you money, and we're happy to see that you've done it yourself and it's everything we said it was. That's awesome. Thank you for that. And of course, for your continued support here. And again, to our friend Frankie B with his earlier Amazon gift card support. You guys are amazing. Thank you all so, so much. Now, we should have the latest BIOS installed. We'll run CPU-Z and verify that here. CPU-Z right there. And we want the 64-bit edition. Is that out? And what did we say this was? 220 or 221? But again, don't let the worry of the terminology of beta poison your mind. If it's released to the public, it's not the risky beta. If it's something tech support emails you privately, that's more of a risky beta. Okay, so just so you know. On the other hand, if you're nervous about it and you're not having any problems, maybe just leave it alone. All right, I'm not trying to convince you of anything. You want the BIOS and you're afraid it's beta, I'm just telling you that's a silly reason. because for that beta BIOS to be made publicly available for anybody to download means it's a formality that just certain I's need to be dotted and T's need to be crossed to get the beta terminology off of it. On the other hand, if you don't need the BIOS, there's no reason for you to update the BIOS, and you feel nervous about a beta BIOS, then do us both a favor, leave it alone. It's not for you. No wrong answer here. Now, we do have the latest 2.2.0, so that's good. And I anticipate that there will be the formal certification of that BIOS in the coming weeks ahead, where there'll be another BIOS that maybe it's exactly the same as this one, only it doesn't say BIOS beta anymore. And we'll update just to get rid of the word beta in that case. It's so stupid. But that's just the way it works, just so you know. Now, with the flash drive removed, let me start up hardware info one more time and Cinebench. We'll start up Cinebench here. So HW info, sensors only. And once again, I'm sure we're going to see temps somewhere in the 30s. We're running a little bit warmer right now in the 40s. These are our current temps in all our cores. And then these are the maximum temps that have been recorded since we started the monitoring software. I think I need to make this a little bit wider. I guess there's an average number here, but I can't figure out how to separate that. It's not what I want. There it is. So I don't really care about the average. I'm mostly focused on what's our temps right now and what are their peak temps that were hit temporarily during the usage of the machine while we've been monitoring those temps. And with Cinebench, we can find that out in about 90 seconds, those maximum temps. And this is a free download. And so is the hardware info. You can download these yourselves. We cannot distribute them. They are not ours to give away, but you can Google them and download them and just run them. You don't have to install anything. And when we hit the start button here, we will see the temps start to go up, as this is a very impractical stress test. Very few owners will ever stress out their computer in the way that Cinebench does, unless you're running Cinebench on your computer. So we're already exceeding 100 degrees, and that makes me very nervous. That tells me this cooler, in less than 40 seconds, we saw temperatures exceeding 104 degrees Celsius. Now, this is a hot chip, and this cooler I put on here was intended to just be for testing purposes. I never intended to leave the cooler on. But I was curious, right? How effective is this cooler? Well, on an Ultra 7, not so much. But remember, this is not a cooler that's included with an Ultra 7. All of the Ultra 7s available for sale today do not come with coolers. And the new coolers Intel has recently introduced don't look like this anymore. So we'll talk about that in the future. And remember that update we were waiting on to install? Apparently it's installed. So let's go ahead and restart one last time. Let that update install, and then we'll shut everything down. We're going to take this Intel Laminar cooler off, and we'll put on the Alseye cooler, and we'll see how complex or difficult that cooler is to install, and then overall how loud it is, and if the difference in cooling properties on it. And then we can evaluate individually if we think it's worth the price. It might be a steal of a bargain, or I don't know. When it comes to value, that's for each of us to decide on our own. But when it comes to performance, that's really not negotiable. It's either overheating, it is or it isn't, right? It's on or it's off. It's either going to work and keep our CPU cool, or it isn't. That is not up for debate, at least for this model of motherboard and chip we're using in this combination. We can rest that easy with a definitive answer. Everything else is more subjective, right? If there's a particular reason you want that screen and you're willing to pay extra for it, you can add and expect to add on any cooler an additional $40 to $60 on the cooler. Whether it's a liquid cooler or an air cooler, those screens don't come cheap. And in some cases, it could double the cost of the cooler just to have that screen. If you want the screen, pay for it. If you don't want the screen, you could find a similar cooler without the screen for significantly less money. So you have options. Let me go back one more time on our desktop. It should have rebooted. Okay, so now we get the auto driver installer, which comes up because we reinstalled, we updated the BIOS. So I'm going to go ahead and shut this off. Now, whenever you get this, after we just installed updates, that means it's still installing updates right now in the background. So if you just wait a minute or two, let it finish. So even though it's not giving us anything on the screen that tells us that that previous update is still working on being installed, the only way we know that's happening is when we're, after a restart, we haven't given it any time. We're still getting the option to update and restart. So let me just wait a minute and we'll check that again, because you'll end up in a loop. It'll just keep saying update and restart, update, until you leave it alone and let it finish. It would just be nice if Microsoft told us, hey, I'm still doing this thing here. And every time you restart it, you interrupt it. So let it finish. Once again, most people don't immediately shut down their computer after an install. That's pretty strange. In my case, doing live videos, I'm moving things along at a faster pace, and it still takes me a while to get things done. You see how now update and restart went away? It finished that update. Now we can shut it down. Once it's shut down, and we wait for the power to go off on this, and we'll wait for the RGB to die, we'll turn the power supply off, or better yet, just unplug it so we don't have any accidental power on while we're working on it. This cooler is going to come off because it has served its purpose. And we have verified, on an Ultra 7 anyway, this cooler is not adequate for anything other than, idle type usage. As we demonstrated, the minute you put a resource load on it, can't handle it. Now, this might be better suited to an Ultra 5. I don't know. I'll let you know when we get one, or when we have the ability to use one, which we're waiting on some new motherboards from Asus with the latest mid 8 series chips, or more budget line motherboard-based chips from Intel and AMD, and those will be more adequate for i5 usage, or Ryzen 5, or Core 5, Ultra 5. These brand names are killing me. Okay. You'll see, it's a great thermal compound application, but I think that was what we did. I think we added our own thermal compound because this has been used before. And these are my big magnifiers, which I have put the wrong glasses away. These are the ones I want. These are my detail glasses, so I get them confused. We're done with the flash drive. I need to clean the thermal compound up here, so let me grab a paper towel right quick. I didn't prepare for this. And we'll just wipe up the thermal compound. We'll clean it with some isopropyl alcohol or IPA. And we'll install our new Alseye cooler. It's getting exciting. All right, paper towel. And I should probably, that's all right. Let me just step around here. Again, we're live and unscripted, so this is like watching the kind of work that happens in a real shop, right? We're not trying to entertain anybody. We're just trying to get some work done. So it's a little bit of a delicate balance for me to, it's a little weird and awkward sometimes. Because if I was in a shop, I would just be walking around silently doing, or talking to myself, doing what needs to be done. So what I do is, rather than waste Q-tips or cotton balls, when it comes to the bulk of the thermal compound, I'm just going to wipe it off with a paper towel because it's one paper towel gets the job done. It's nice and shiny and clean. And then we hit it with the isopropyl alcohol when we're ready to reuse it again. So in the case of the top of the CPU, for example, we're going to be ready to use that again here in just a moment. So I will grab the alcohol and Q-tip to clean that up. Now, it's not entirely necessary to do this. This is about getting the best cooling possible, but the difference between cleaning the CPU with alcohol or not cleaning it results in usually maybe a 2 to 3 degree variance in cooling. It's not massive. It's just the right way to do it, right? If it were brand new, it wouldn't have any oils or anything left over from a previous install that could interfere with the efficacy of the cooling. But at the same time, if it did, it wouldn't interfere with it that much. It's just a little tiny bit. But we are testing for cooling here, and every little tiny bit counts in this scenario. But in practicality, most end users would never know the difference. So isopropyl alcohol, hopefully in the 90% or better range. I try to get like 99%. And the higher the alcohol content, the less residue is left behind, and it just evaporates on its own. So there's very little cleanup. And I do try to get in the crevasses, and give that just a minute to air dry. And we should be done with this. That cooler doesn't, this one here is brand new. So it's got a little plastic piece underneath it to keep it from getting any dust collection or fingerprints on it. And you got to make sure you remove that plastic before you install, or you're probably going to be disappointed in your cooling performance. Now, if your cooler comes pre-applied with thermal compound on it, it'll have a plastic, like a hard plastic cover or cardboard cover protecting it. But if it's got sticky tape on it, obviously the sticky tape would pull the thermal compound off. So if you've got sticky tape, as we do on the bottom of this cooler, you know you're going to have to apply your own thermal compound. We apply the thermal compound to the top of the CPU, not to the cooler. We do not mix thermal compounds. We use one brand, and we cover either this or this. This is the thing we're trying to cool, so we want to make sure we have 100% of the CPU covered. We don't care if we have 100% of the base covered. That's irrelevant. So for that reason, we will grab our thermal compound, and most thermal compounds are all the same. When it comes to any variance in cooling temperature, it's usually negligible within a margin of error of the room temperature changing as it does throughout the day. Once again, the difference may be 2 or 3 degrees in a best case scenario. The reason why people would spend more money for thermal compound is that it would stay moist for a longer period of time. It wouldn't dry out as soon. So again, if you're somebody who's really into that sort of thing and you want to drop that kind of money, I mean, go for it. You know, thermal grizzly is a lot of money, and it really doesn't cool markedly better than the cheapest thing you can get for thermal compound. And when it comes to longevity, either one should last the lifetime of the computer. The idea that you're changing out dry thermal compound, maybe 1 out of 100 computers that'll make a difference on. It's mostly an emotional thing, like, oh, look how dry this was, I'll change it. But usually when you're doing that, you're also clearing out the fans and dusting. And it's the clearing out the fans and the dusting that are actually making the biggest difference in your cooling. Stuff like this is really just the work of enthusiasts who, you know, I suppose it's like the world of supplements. You can go and buy supplements that you can add to your diet, and if you're convinced that those are helping you, you know, don't let me stop you. But if you talk to your doctor or medical professional, you know, somebody who's well educated in it, they're likely going to tell you those are a waste of time and money. Likely. Depends who you talk to, right? If their job is to sell supplements, they're probably going to tell you you should take supplements. There's a gentleman here, James Butler, on YouTube that has a septic tank business. And he talked about a septic tank that was filled with pills. And this customer was taking supplements and they were not digesting and they didn't know. So they would take the pill and the pill would come out whole and go right out into the septic tank. And then as things were biodegrading, the pills still remained. And he's talking thousands of these pills plugging up the septic tank. So, but the person, you know, was buying and willfully spending money on something that their body couldn't digest and they didn't know. They probably psychologically felt better. And so they just kept doing it until the point that they had a septic system problem. Now, of course, that's not all supplements, but it is some. Now, again, there's always exceptions depending on what the supplement is and the manufacturer and what it's treating. But overall and in general, if it's not prescribed by a doctor, it's probably not needed. But it's your money. And you may have a result that is not medically studied yet. So we'll leave that for you to decide. I don't think supplements existed before. Something that happened in the 70s. Somebody was on TV and they were talking about vitamins, and ever since then, everybody had to have vitamins. Okay, this thermal compound is very difficult to spread. As I move it around, and I don't know how well you guys will be able to see this, but what a shame. It's already dry out of the bottle. Now, I think we had this problem with Alseye before when we looked at their, let's see, yeah, when we looked at the liquid cooler they sent us. But when I move the thermal compound around, it all just kind of moves together. It doesn't spread evenly. Now, as far as thermal compound goes, it's still going to do its job. It's just making it harder for me to do my job, which is all I'm trying to do is like oil paint with my fingers, covering the entire surface of the CPU in an even layer. And as I lift my finger up, as I move the thermal compound to try to spread it, instead, the thermal compound is all gathering together as I drag my finger to spread it. All I'm doing is it's like a mound of snow, and I'm taking the snow and I'm moving it over here, and now the snow is over here, and I want an even layer of it. And so even when I can get it to spread out, because it's so dry, it's thicker in some areas and thinner coverage in others, so it's not level. Therefore, this thermal compound, under those circumstances, makes it difficult to apply. Has nothing to do with how effective it is. I don't want to work that hard. This is garbage. What a shame. But clearly, this thermal compound is much, much older than this cooler. So I imagine these came from two different inventories, because new thermal compound doesn't behave that way. This has got to be a couple of years old or just really improperly stored to get into that condition that quickly on a brand new bottle of thermal compound. So how it spreads is going to determine how even your coverage is. And how even your coverage is more important than what type of thermal compound you use. So I'm going to step away here one more time. And again, we can go to the widescreen shot here. There I am. Let me get rid of this glove. Let me grab another paper towel. This goes into the trash. I also will not use the thermal spreader here. I think, you know, just a nitrile powder-free, non-sterile glove. That's all you need. They're cheap. They're easy. And then that can ensure that we have a nice even coverage across the surface of the CPU without, you know, again, this is my preference. Some people will put a little dab and squish it down. You know, you do it however you want. This is how I do it. All right, let's get that glove off. Let me grab another paper towel and let's do another cleanup again. So out of the gate at $129, I would expect better thermal compound. I don't think that's a big ask. And I think Alseye needs to work on their packaging. Because I don't know where the thermal compound is coming from, but there's no way brand new thermal compound is that bad. It's got to be old inventory. And I mean old. Deja vu? That's why I keep a thermal compound in the drawer here that I trust. This is from a competing cooler manufacturer called Scythe, and they give you so much thermal compound, I always have some left over. If I keep it in the drawer too long, it'll do exactly what this is doing. But this is at least a year old, and it hasn't reached that point yet. Or at least, we'll find out when I take it out. But usually, it still remains very moist and spreadable on the surface of the CPU. If not, it gets thrown into the trash. You can't really recycle it. It doesn't have any other purpose, so it's just garbage. Now, once it's spread and covered the surface of the CPU, it doesn't really matter how dry it gets. That's sort of irrelevant. And also, when your CPU heats up, the thermal compound will become viscous anyway. It won't remain dry when it's hot. It just, when it's cooled off and you go to use it, you go to peel it off or evaluate how dry it is. You're probably doing that when it's colder. And what happens to water when it gets colder? It sort of becomes solid, right? It goes from a liquid to a solid. Well, thermal compound will do that too. If you take some thermal compound, put it in a freezer, you'll have a little brick. You can't spread it at all. But if it's really good thermal compound, in theory, it should require much, much colder temperatures to reach that than, say, a brand new thermal compound. So it, can work either way. Let me grab my Q-tips. Yeah, take some thermal compound, put it in the freezer. Let me know what happens. Keep it in there about 3 days. Share your results with me. And if you can, try a couple different brands and see if that makes any difference. It's usually more related to age. And that's where the more expensive brands are maybe a better values. But if you're constantly taking your cooler off or reapplying, there's no sense putting a long-lasting thermal compound on there. You're just going to take it off anyway. So I would say do the opposite. Use the cheapest one. Okay, one final time here. Let me just get rid of this stuff so we have some room on the desk. And we'll begin our install for... we'll try again to install our Alseye cooler. And we'll certainly mention to Alseye our concerns about that, because you could come to a false conclusion if a cooler isn't working up to your expectations simply because the thermal compound provided by the manufacturer is not working properly or didn't spread properly. So now we'll take our Scythe. There we go. There's about just enough left in that bottle. There's usually about, it's not up to the label. There's usually about that much of the vial filled. I don't know why the vial's so big. Kind of gives you the impression you get more. But it can cover on average about 3 CPUs. So that's why I have so much extra. I usually cover it right the first time. And that leaves me about 2 applications left in each vial. And I just take the vials and store them in a drawer. And if one vial doesn't have enough, it's okay to mix if they're the same thing. But you don't want to mix this with a different brand, or you're just making it worse. You might as well just take the thermal compound off if you're going to do that. Okay, new glove. Definitely getting my thermal application process practiced here. Now, as I spread this on, just to give you an idea of comparison, if we go back over to our close-up camera, right there, okay, no, sorry, right there. I may have put a little bit much on, but that's okay. I'll use a clean finger on the glove. Right now, my main concern is to make sure I have 100% CPU coverage across the top of this, what we call heat spreader, internal heat spreader. And then any excess, I kind of rub on the thermal compound so it comes off on the glove, and until I feel like I have removed excess, but have an even level of coverage from top to bottom to ensure my cooling is 100%. There are little tiny chips under there. not just in the middle like it used to be. And so we want to get coverage for everything underneath that heat spreader. And then the glove, again, we just turn that inside out so we don't get that thermal compound on anything. And that keeps your hands nice and clean, because the thermal compound gets all over stuff and it's very difficult to clean up. So with that, let me dump this glove where I don't get it thermal compound all over my tools and my desk. And then we'll see what we could do to put this cooler on. Now the Intel laminar cooler has a back plate that has to come off. So let me do that. And likely the new Alseye will have a back plate that goes on. They're not interchangeable. Don't think you're trying to save time by just leaving a current back plate on. They're not compatible between coolers, and it results in a different amount of pressure being applied, and it may result in the cooler underperforming because you thought you'd take a shortcut. There's our back plate right there. And I'll just keep the back plate with the cooler, and it'll go back up on a shelf for, who knows, maybe we'll use it on our Ultra 5 build. If the Intel CPU has a K on it, as all the Ultras do, all the Intel Ultra CPUs, the latest generation, there's only 3. There's an Ultra 5, an Ultra 7, and an Ultra 9. None of them come with coolers. But this may be adequate on the Ultra 5, which is the lowest end. I don't know yet, but since we're going to need a cooler for it, you'll probably see this exact same cooler in that build when that motherboard arrives with those new 800 series chipsets. So we always have another use for them, and likely that's just maybe a week or 2 away. All right, let's see what it takes now that we're all set. Okay, so this is the plastic. It's got a big warning on the bottom to remove this plastic. It's keeping the surface completely polished and clean for the best thermal transfer possible. Even if this wasn't clean, your thermal transfer is only going to differ by a couple of degrees. But hey, if you're going to do something, why not do it right? Okay, so we have our documentation, which includes a list of all the parts that are included in the box. We have AMD standoffs here. We have Intel, they're calling them screws, and then Intel Socket 2011 screws. So we're working with Intel, not AMD, and we're not the Socket 2011, which is the real expensive Intel stuff. Let's see what we got. This back plate here, just dump this out. These are thumb screws. Now, this bag says LGA 20XX. Those are those really expensive Intel chips. We won't be using that. This bag says Intel. Okay, that's what we want, Intel. This bag says AMD. We're not building AMD, not today, so we don't need that on this cooler. And then we have this plate, and we have this plate. Now this plate says Intel here and AMD here. And this bracket, this sure does look a lot like the bracket we took off from the prior cooler, doesn't it? And it shows that currently it's set on this little plastic lever. It goes up and down to adjust for the different millimeter or so of differences between Intel sockets. And it'll only fit properly if these are aligned correctly. And this is kind of a one-size-fits-all. Otherwise, they'd have to include 3 separate brackets. That increases the cost of manufacturing. That means they have to charge more for the cooler. So they got around that by having this simply be adjustable. It is etched in there. It says 1700, and it should just fit right under here, just like the one we removed. And this is not a Socket 1700 build. It just occurred to me. This is an Ultra series, which is a Socket 1851. I wonder if that's covered. That would need to extend further out to the edges. The socket's a little bit bigger. Cannot read that number. Let's see. The other joy of, being one of the early adopters of tech, some of your old hardware or even some new hardware that you buy, may not yet be compatible with that newest chip's socket type. What are they calling us? Intel what? You know what? Maybe you guys can see this better than me. Let me just walk it up to the camera. Because even with my reading glasses on, it is so fine. And again, it's black on black. The camera should amplify that. So we see socket 1200, then 1700. I just can't make out what that line says. Anyway, let's just see if it fits. That's really the only important thing. I don't care what it says. Let's see what it does. Will it now properly align down here? Yes, that fits now. And there is double-sided sticky tape to hold that plate down, which I don't think I want to put on yet because I'm not so sure I want to keep this cooler on. So we go back to our documentation here. That's step 2. Let's go around the back side here. This is for AMD. Where's Intel? I don't see any Intel documentation. This is all for AMD. What am I missing? Is this an oversight, or was there another manual that I... This just says thermal grease and bracket. Oh, okay. This is Intel, these 2 pages, I overlooked it. So it wants us to put the standoffs down, and then the other metal square bracket goes on top. And then the thumb screws, okay, so that's pretty standard in cooler installation. Essentially what it's telling us is we're going to take the Intel standoffs, that's these right here. Now why these have washers, I'm not exactly sure. We don't normally use washers on these, nor do I see washers indicated in the instructions whatsoever. Oh, wait a minute, this one does show the washer. Where's it going? It shows the washer going on the bottom of the standoff, probably where it's mating with the surface of the motherboard to prevent any scarring or damage. It's optional, I'm sure, but we'll do it the way they recommend because, you know, it's the same to me one way or the other. So I'll dump out this bag, and we should have 4 washers in here. And a side of the washer does appear to have either a little foam pad or sticky tape. In either case, I would leave it as is, putting the white side of this washer. You'll see there's a, if I can get it out of the bag, there's a white side that might be peelable, or it's just there to cushion against the board. And then this side, which would be upright, where you wouldn't worry about it. And then here we've got our little standoffs, which according to the documentation here, the stubby wider end goes down into the bracket. So if we install that washer first, oh well, you can see this little bit of detail work here. But if we install that little washer with that white side out, because this is the part that's going to mate to the motherboard, we don't want to crush the motherboard or mar it by tightening, over tightening, let's just say. Let's see if I've got that interpretation correctly. Maybe the, is it the skinny end that's going to go down in there? Okay, so the skinny longer end of the standoff is what goes towards the board. Oh, I guess it's not really longer, is it? There is a line right here on the top of the standoff. I don't know if the camera will pick that up. That line is going to face up. So in other words, this... Am I looking at that right? Yeah. So we would take the washer. These two are stuck. This line here on the standoff is going to be up. The black side is up. And then we'll just get that started here into the back plate. Just a few turns, and then we'll repeat that with the remaining two standoffs. Yeah, this appears to be a sticker. I don't want to stick anything to the motherboard because that can really make cleanup. If we decide to take this cooler off, kind of a pain in the butt. So it's optional. You don't have to use the sticky tape. There was sticky tape on the back of the back plate as well. For most people, you're probably going to install once, and it just makes your install a little easier when things aren't moving on you. This one also looks like there are two here. Yep, so it looks like we gave us an extra. Stick it together. Now, once you've got these started, you can go ahead and tighten them down. You don't need any tools for this. You'll just simply make them as tight as you can with your fingers. If you were to grab a tool to tighten these down, you'll scar them up and you could crush the motherboard. So just make sure they're as tight as you can get them with your hands, with your fingers. Then this middle plate would go on top using this plate right here. These little screws that stick out are what are going to secure onto the cooler. And if you look at the cooler, you know you want that cooler to go on this way, right? You don't want it to go on. You don't want it to go on this way. We want it to go on this way. And obviously, we're going to want our screen oriented correctly. So I'll just set that here for now. And yeah, with the screws facing up, I want the screw that sticks up towards the RAM. Then it's telling us, and again, I'm just going off of pictures in the documentation, and it shows sort of an exploded view of the order of which components go where. That's how I was to establish the washer location, the standoff, and the little spacers that are included here, which is quite unusual to see spacers used on top of the bracket. And I'm a little concerned. Oh, those aren't spacers. I misunderstood. These are not, what it's referring to in this diagram are these thumb screws. That makes more sense. Now we're talking. I think these spacers are for AMD, maybe? Let's see, what part number is the spacer? These are called AM4, socket AM4 washers. So it's too bad this bag should say AMD on it, or the part should have been included in the AMD labeled bag. So we don't need these, but what we do need are these thumb screws, which you will use on Intel or AMD anyway, and they're going to affix this plate. And for this, we'll use a screwdriver. And these screws, they have a crosshatch on top, and on the bottom it's smooth. So the bottom and the top are different. If you put them on backwards, you'll have no way to tighten them with a screwdriver. Yeah, there's not much thread sticking out here. If we were to put those plastic spacers on, there'd be no thread to screw onto. Then there'd be no way to secure it. Then we can take the included screwdriver and just tighten these down. This is just a bracket. So even though you'll see me go on a diagonal here, it's not entirely necessary because, well, we do want the bracket to be flat. It's pretty difficult to get it warped. Make sure that's good and secure, but again, don't over tighten. Once the screws stop turning, don't try and push them any further. You'll know. You'll feel it. You'll say, okay, that's definitely bottomed out. That's as far as it goes. Any further overly tightening could result in snapping the screw off. Okay. Finally, we've got a couple access holes, which look like right up here. You take these plastic covers off. And one of the reasons why they give you such a long screwdriver, so you can go down through here to get to that screw that's going to tighten onto the nubs that are sticking up on the bracket. So my only question at this point right now is, does this go on this way or does it go on this way? So we're down to two possibilities here. And if I look at the documentation, let's see if they help us to isolate right and left. Otherwise, my screen will be upside down and the attached fan may only attach to one side. I don't know. It may attach to either side equally. I guess it depends the direction of airflow that this fan is designed for. I don't know if that's a reverse rotation fan. It might tell us here on this label. This is just telling you to attach it straight. Okay. Please install fan parallel to the radiator. When you hear 2 clicks, it means the installation is successful. Well, great. Thank you. That is so worth a sticker to go in the landfill for something that should have been obvious. But it doesn't tell me which side of the cooler this should go on, or if there's a preference in the default screen rotation on what is upright. Usually, a pre-installed fan goes towards the RAM, but this fan is right in the middle. So that's hard to determine even from, you know, that inference, if you will. So I'm going to go back to our documentation just to see if it mentions it. Okay, so now we get to these 2 steps on the other side. And these steps say, first of all, my chat room isn't keeping up. Okay, sorry. Let me go back to, where was I? Cooler install, cable connections. Fan setup. We definitely want this additional fan facing the rear of the case. So if this cooler is going to go with the RAM here, then this fan would go to the other side. That's why I'm curious, what if we turned it around this way? Then the fan would go on the other side. It's not really that critical. It's just that I would prefer that the screen defaulted in the proper orientation without having to rotate it around in software. And it's not clear to me. You see, even in the picture, the way they show it, it's not clear to me which side's the front and which side's the back. Now, I understand there may be AMD builds where this goes on with the fronts up and down, but generally speaking, you want your fans all moving air in the same way. There doesn't seem to be any difference from the front to the back. They all look equal, regardless of orientation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just wing it, and knowing me, it'll be on upside down, because that's just the way I am. So if we commit, just commit to this, we'll attach this fan. So we align. It's like an old school lunchbox latch. Remember those? Cables coming out of the bottom. let me just look at the documentation if I have any clues as to if these latches need to come out a little bit. I will say the metal fan buckles are a lot more intuitive, but you know, how often are you going to be doing this? I also want to look at the picture to determine how high up does the fan go. Does it align with this piece here? Or does it go higher, or does it go lower than that piece? According to the picture, it looks like it sits a little bit lower, like right at the very top of the metal is where it appears in the picture. And as far as these latches go, I'm not sure. It kind of looks like it needs to go underneath. Let's see. Align the buckle groove after pressing the installation is completed. Align the buckle groove. Well, you all know what a buckle groove is, don't you? I'm being sarcastic. Is that the groove at the top or the groove in the radiator? Align the buckle groove with what? After pressing, the installation is completed. Oh, and then this other piece that was confusing me, this is apparently for releasing. Wasn't sure if this latched underneath here. Align the buckle groove. Huh. Align it to what? Let me grab my bigger glasses, my more magnifying glasses, because this documentation is drawings rather than actual photos. And so it's making it a little open to interpretation on a pretty small little photo there, which I appreciate photos, but diagrams, well, they leave a little open to the imagination, especially when they're this tiny. Align the buckle groove. And I'm assuming that's here. No? Maybe it's this very top. Here's what it looks like I'm getting some positive response, is this very first lip. If you notice, if I turn the cooler towards you, because you can only see this from the bottom, it looks like if we align this fan straight, that the fan goes way up here underneath that groove, and then you push it forward and it snaps in. So it goes all the way up into this groove and then forward. That's actually really, really simple. Now this is an exhaust, this should be an exhaust fan. This is going to need power, and that power is going to hook up to the power of the other fan, which is right here. And just in case, they do give you an extension cable if you can't reach. But this fan in the middle gets power from the motherboard and provides power to this fan using a splice in the cable here, additional split. Think of it as a splitter. And in this cable, this is RGB. This is going to control the screen software. And this cable is your ARGB header. And that's going to control your ARGB colors through your supported motherboard. And the RGB included software for the screen, potentially as well. But with that done, that's all the hard stuff out of the way. Now, this tape that says, warning to remove this tape, at this point, now we remove it because we are literally ready to install. And overall, that setup, well, a bit foreign, was not really complicated. It also wasn't very intuitive, but that's okay. We got there. Now we know. And I'm going to orient this with the fan towards the back. As I mentioned, this can go on one of two ways. One will result in our screen being upside down, which we would correct in software. And I can already see we're going to have a fitment issue because this fan will not sit down because of the I/O shield. Because I am hovering right over where this locks in place. And so we have a fitment issue here where this isn't going to work, except because of these fan buckles, we can undo them, raise the fan up all the way as far as it'll go, which is not what the instructions say to do, but we don't have much choice if we want to commit to this. We could probably go, tell you what, let's just set that down. And the reason I want to set it down is once I secure this onto the board, we'll get a little bit lower, and then that fan can sit a little lower. So we'll save this. I disagree with the directions here, or I'm misinterpreting them, but this should go on first. So let me jump back over to the wider shot, and let's just go ahead and secure our heatsink down. Needs to go right there. Now, there is a spring on that, and you only want to turn it a couple times or it's going to make the other sides really fight you. See, I just popped it off to get the tension. So we just want both of them just started to make your life easier. And I do have to put quite a bit of downward pressure on this to get those started, and that's normal. Once they're started, they should turn very easily with the tension being applied to the spring as you turn the screw. And then I will alternate back and forth to try and put as even of coverage as I can. I don't want one side of the cooler sitting down before the other, at least not too extremely. I want them to be fairly level as we tighten down. And there's quite a lot of tightening on these screws, like we're turning for a while. Now that screw is stopped, and that screw has stopped. Now I can take this fan and put it back on, and instead of guessing where it needs to go vertically, that's being decided for me based on this I/O shield and whether or not you have any heat sinks on top of your voltage regulator modules there, which is pretty common the higher end your build is. We want to bring these cables down. And I don't want this necessarily resting on top. If I can just raise it a hair, that'll prevent any noise or vibration coming off the frame of the fan as the fan turns onto the plastic of the I/O shield. So let's see what adjustments we can make. Now this fan also has rubber along the edges here, and those are just to prevent the vibrational noises of movement of the plastic against the metal radiator. So it'd be nice if we had that at the bottom of the fan too, but I guess they didn't anticipate the extension of this fan interfering with anything. Unless that's an input fan, but if it were an input fan, it'd be blocking the top of our RGB RAM, and we wouldn't be able to access to add or remove RAM, and it would also cover up our RGB. So I hope I'm looking at that right, because I'm looking at the pictures. And the way I interpret a cooler, looking at these pictures, that is an exhaust fan and not an intake fan. But I could be looking at it backwards. Is that exhaust or is that intake? I could have this thing on upside down and the fan on the wrong side. The instructions, for me anyway, are not clear in regards to orientation. It just says it's a Koala fan, whatever that means. Let me take another look at the Amazon website that promotes this product to see if it's installed It's very weird that, here, wait a minute, I think there's a picture. Because it really looks like that fan's going to go over our RAM, and I really don't want it to. Let me jump over here. Does it show the direction of airflow? Here we go. That is going towards our RAM. Rats. Rats! It's an intake fan, not an exhaust fan. And you can see on the motherboard they're demonstrating in their marketing photos. Look how far away they are from the RAM sockets. In reality, our RAM sockets are pushed right up against the edge of that cooler. Rats. Okay, let me go back to camera 1. I got a little bit of thermal compound on my pinky and I'm getting it all over the desk. So let me just grab something to clean that up. I wonder if I rotate this around. You tell me what you think in the chat. Do you think this side is designed any differently, and that if I rotated this 180 degrees, that suddenly I would have more room, that I would be further away from the RAM? Because you'll notice on the side coolers, that's exactly how they're designed. It's very obvious by looking at them. One side of the radiator overlaps and the other side of the radiator stays far away. If you take the side that overlaps and turn it around, it covers the RAM, right? And if you turn it the other way, it goes over the I/O shield. It's very well thought out, and it's pretty intuitive and obvious. With this, both sides look equally designed as far as that goes, but maybe I'm not seeing it. Well, I grab a paper towel. Why don't you tell me your thoughts? Do you think it'll matter? Now, because we haven't turned it on, it doesn't matter if I unscrew it, turn it 180 degrees. I don't have to reapply the thermal compound. All of that's still fine. It doesn't need to be changed or altered. So if we're going to do that, you know, this is the time. But I can tell you, based on the marketing photo and what we're seeing, we have two very, very different clearance issues here. We are right up against that RAM right there. Now, you should not have to be particular about your motherboard and your cooler pairing. They should be pretty universal and fit within normal modern standards. This is a brand new board, all right? But the distance between the RAM and the CPU, I don't know, to me that's normal, regardless, even going back a couple generations of chipsets. It's not like the RAM has moved over another inch on any board to my recollection. Maybe on that Minis Forum weird motherboard, that's different, that RAM lays down. But gosh, I don't know. Because what's going to happen when we move this to the other side is it hits the top of the RAM. Now this blocks our RGB. It blocks access to adding or diagnosing any RAM issues. And it's a fully optional fan, but it's another reason why this fan should go on the other side. Or if I turn the cooler 180 degrees, will suddenly this fan sit further back? Because that's how it works on a side cooler. But again, you can see the heatsink shifted to one side. That indicates where you've got more space than the other. Alseye is a fairly new company, and I think they're going through some growing pains, and I think that's why they want us to review it, so they can learn from these reviews what we think is room for improvement. It's not really to put anybody down. I just don't know how thoroughly this was tested for compatibility on different boards. If you've got a heatsink that's supposed to work on 2 different AMD sockets, 4 different Intel sockets, you have a variation of board layout, and it all has to be tested and confirmed. And if they did that, I don't know how they did it, unless they said, well, it's just RGB, who cares? I think for the sake of testing and getting on with it, forget about the aesthetic point of hiding our RAM or being able to access our RAM for upgrades or replacement. Let's just attach the darn fan and just see how the thing cools and be done with it. I'm a little disappointed, as I would be of any cooler of this size. We had a Corsair, what do they call it, a V8. It looks like a car engine. And installing it was very selfish, where the cooler gave you no consideration for anything around it. Sure, it was a cool looking cooler. What does this go on? I think both sides are exactly identical. But, you know, again, I could have the cooler on 180 degrees different. No, both sides, it fits the same. But you can see just how closely I've got this fan to the top of our RAM, and how that's going to block the RGB, except for that first RAM module. You'll see that RGB, but everything behind it is going to be covered up. And this fan is sitting a bit higher than they show in the picture. It shows that the fan more or less sits below this plastic piece right here on the top of the radiator. Now, once this is all tightened down, as we've done, then these little plastic plugs go back in like so. And they sit in there real easy. And I can't remember if I took them out with this little notch facing the outside or the inside, but I don't think it matters. It's really just an aesthetic, as long as it sits in there fine. Finally, we can hook up, you know, we've got the ARGB that can go right here on our motherboard. We have an ARGB header that can go right there. And then we have the USB 2 plug that can go into any of our USB 2 headers on the motherboard, such as that one. And then finally, we have the main power for the fan, which is connected here somewhere. Where did it go? Missing a cable. Oh, well, I thought I had another one. That is an awfully short distance to run. I guess that's why you get the extension. That's starting to make sense now. What's happening?
I want to get a close-up and personal.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to just plug this extension in. I'm not worried about cable management at this point, but I am not looking forward to it. But maybe it's worth it. Maybe this cools so well and so quietly, and the screen is so cool that I'll be willing to work this cable management out later when we get this in a case. We do have a case for this, but we're not going to get to it today. But that is the CoolMaster, the H500M. And once we decide on a cooler for this build, that's where it will go. But first things first, will this cooler stay, or will we have to replace it? Let's find out right now. I'm going to go over here back to camera 1. I think this thermal compound, you know what, I'll use whatever little bit remains, because again, we're not mixing different brands. And then we can plug our power supply back in, and you see why we didn't have power plugged in, how easily it would have been through all that manipulation to accidentally turn it on. So by unplugging it, that guarantees that won't come on. And finally, we'll hit the power button here. You want to push that for me? We got RGB going on top. Oh, there's our screen. It's facing me. It's on backwards. I told you I would put it on backwards.
I do like the way it looks.
Well, and
but that's just aesthetics. You know?
Let me jump over to the close-up camera. It's going to be hard to pick this up while it's running. But there's a screen on top of here. This is very heavy with this on. The fans are running at full speed right now, and that's likely because we haven't put the software on. But the orientation wants this cooler face the other way. It sure would be nice if we had some indicators to that regard. But again, in the software, we can rotate the screen. I'd just rather not have to go through that extra step. So running at full speed like this and being plugged into the USB port, we'll likely have a device manager issue. So let me jump over to our close-up, not that camera, this camera here. And wow, that thing is running loud. And this was the issue I had with the liquid cooler from Alseye. It was very loud. But we haven't put the software in. I don't even know where you get the software, quite frankly, but let's just type in Alseye cooler software support.
You like the way it looks.
Well, I wish I could see the screen better, but again, until the software goes on, the screen kind of went away. If I look in the device manager, it probably has an unknown device. That's the USB. It doesn't. That's interesting. Installation guides. Okay, we don't have either of those, right? This is an i600 Pro. Not sure where we're supposed to get the software. What if I type in Alseye I600 Pro software? Here we go. Says it has a 300 watt TDP. That's got to be with the fans at full speed. You notice they don't show where the RAM is in the diagram. Is it above, below, left, or right? That information's been left out. A lot of talk about bearings and things that aren't really critical to me at this point. I think most users just want it to be easy to install. And where do we get the software to control it? Do we have to run? Well, here it's showing that it's compatible with ASUS Aura RGB controls, MSI's Mystic Light, ASRock's, what is that, Polychrome? And then I don't know what this is. Maybe Gigabyte? I don't know. But how do you control the screen? DIY, customize images and videos. Okay, but you need software for that. Oh, I see. The BEM Gen 2 is the name of the software, and this software is used for these products down here. So that is the right place I was at initially. And we'll download the software, which is 75.5 megs. And the reason it's coming down so slow is their servers. That's not on us. Also, while that's downloading, let me take you back to camera 1. I have been accustomed to using, when there's different CPU fan headers on a motherboard, Usually the CPU fan is going to be a different color. Like they're typically black and then there'll be like a gray or a white one. On this ASRock board, the gray or white one is not the CPU fan, but rather the all-in-one pump header. An all-in-one pump header never slows the pump down. It's full voltage at all times. That's why our fans are so loud. That's on me. Now, normally you would want to shut the computer off, but we're only going to be doing this quickly. So for a moment, I'm going to unplug the fan from the all-in-one pump and plug it into where it says CPU fan. And those fans are going to be now controlled by the motherboard BIOS and much more of a relegated fan curve versus full voltage at all times. You do want full voltage at all times, to be clear, if it's a liquid cooler. I'm just surprised on this motherboard, the liquid cooler header is the one that's the different color. All the others, whether it's a chassis fan or a CPU fan, they're all black. So in that case, you have to pay attention to the writing on the circuit board, which I need glasses to see. I immediately went for the different color because that's normally what I'm used to. And so the reason those fans were so loud was because I plugged it into the wrong spot. Now that being said, we could probably cool them down even more. They're still pretty noticeable, but nowhere near what they were. Now, while I've been talking to you, hopefully that software downloaded. No, it's taking a while. And again, that is on their server, not on us. We have a very fast internet connection here. So all we can do is be patient. In the meantime, let me go see what your comments have been in the chat room. Jim says, wow, that's loud. Yeah, well, probably helps if I plug it in the right connector. Mike's Unboxing Reviews and How-To says, all-in-one headers are the same as CPU or fan headers. They can be DC or PWM. The only difference is an all-in-one or pump header can provide more amps for the pumps. Well, I believe what I'm referring to, and I believe what you say is true, it's just what I'm referring to are the default values in the BIOS. If you want to use an all-in-one fan header, pump header as a fan, you can go into the BIOS and adjust it. If you want to use a CPU fan header for a pump, you can go into the BIOS and adjust it. I like to leave the BIOS as much as possible at BIOS defaults. And that way, little change or customization has to take place anytime there's any system repair or, let's say a BIOS update needed where then all these settings have to be put back. That might be fine for you at home to do one or two, but for me to do dozens and dozens of them and remember how they were configured for each client just makes my job a lot harder. So when a pump header is labeled as such, I will use it as such. That's my logic. But yes, Mike is correct in that specific header can deliver more amperage. And I appreciate that. Thank you, Mike. If you've not seen Mike's videos, check out Mike's Unboxing Reviews and How-To. It's located there in Britain and does very similar tech-related videos that we do here, including live interaction with his audience as well. Good to see you, Mike. Hope you're doing well. Also said, Carrie once said some MSI motherboards caught fires. Yes, the capacitor plague had affected not just MSI. It was MSI's response to that upset me. It's like, hey, this board caught fire, and MSI said, no, it didn't. Wait, what? What about this board? Nope, that didn't happen either. But MSI has since moved on. And just because a product or a company exercised, or a person exercised bad judgment or a bad response is not indicative of that entire company as a whole since its history of existing and its current status now. Sometimes things happen in the past that happened once, and I warn people about it, And then some people hold on to that like it's some kind of PTSD to be looking out for at all times. It is the moment of the present of that time, and we have since moved on, and MSI products and response has been far better improved since those days. But yes, that is true. That did happen. There was a good reason for it, and there's a good reason why I don't continually repeat that anymore. But I'm glad you're paying attention. Appreciate that. All right, let's take another look at our progress and see if we've... Oh, we've been on the progress the whole time. I thought I was on camera 1. I'll put it on camera 1. We'll check back at that. That's really, really slow. 75 megs should... What am I, on dial-up? What's going on? Paul Gray with a $10 Australian super chat. Right on. Thank you, Paul. Cheers, Paul, joining us from Australia. Dave Stone says he can confirm the site is very slow to respond to him as well. He's in Calgary in Canada, and yeah, their servers there in China, wherever they're located, are very, very slow. You know, while we're waiting, I suppose I could be checking on the hardware info idle temps. Let's do that. Make the most of this time. Right click and go full screen over here. Okay. We are slowly making progress. Only 59 to 65 kilobits a second download. Yikes. Let's minimize that, and let's bring up hardware info. Is everything highlighted in black like okay, where are we idling? Oh, we're idling much better than that other cooler, aren't we? We're looking at a 30 degrees Celsius, which is about a 4 to 10 degrees Celsius drop from our previous idle times. That's really good. I'm very happy with this so far, and this shows promise, so let's keep marching forward, not giving up yet. The screen on top of the cooler is completely off, so I do believe that the software is not an option if you want to use the screen. You don't have to, but then you could have saved about 50 bucks if you didn't want it. So probably want the screen hooked up. And then let me jump back over to browser status here. Can close that page. Downloads. Okay, keep an eye on. What is that doing? Okay, it'll be a few minutes for a little tiny file that should have taken literally seconds at our internet speeds. I don't know why that would take so long, but it is what it is, and it's live and unscripted. We want to replicate real life experience, and what better way than to just turn a camera on and film real life. Again, it is a new company. I think they've got a little bit of some growing pains here, so we're going to give them a little leeway for that. At the end of the day, we'll see how nice the screen looks and how configurable it is, and ultimately how it cools, and whether or not we think it's worth $130 for that screen, even though it's going to be covering up our RAM. I do have to turn the cooler around to mount it properly, but the fan will still go on the side and it'll still cover our RAM. So what are you going to do? Yeah, both sides are exactly the same on this. So what do you see?
So aesthetically, I do like the way it looks a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I really do.
Yeah. Well, wait till the screen lights up. Wait
Yeah.
till we get that going. Because remember, the board will be sitting vertically into the tower case. However, the tower case we've selected has, that's the nice back of your head.
Sorry.
The tower case we've selected has a smoked glass screen, which is going to make this even more difficult to see. Stepping around?
Yeah, I want to see.
We're having the boss come in and check up on our work, the foreman.
Okay. Yeah, I really like, aesthetically, I like the way it looks.
Paul M. has contributed $4 in super chat. He says, I hope YouTube leaves enough to buy a Gatorade. YouTube takes 30% of your super chats. So yes, it does cover a Gatorade. Thank you for that. Appreciate you. You want to say hello to Kath? Mike and Kath?
Hi, Mike. Hi, Kath.
There you go. We're similar content
And
creators
everybody else.
in more ways than one. Mike's Unboxing says the boss is doing a quality control check. Jose Lopez with a $1 super chat. Thank you, Jose. Let me go back over to screen capture. Where are we at? Oh, this is painful. Should have started this yesterday. We've only downloaded 47 megs of 75. That's crazy. It's estimating still 14 minutes. That's in 14 minutes I could download a 2 gig file, 4 gig file. This is insanely slow. But we need it, so we don't have any choice. We'll wait. Once again, we're going to continue to run long as necessary to finish, to at least get to a closing point where we can end a chapter on these live videos. Sometimes we do run into unexpected events, as you will if you do this kind of work. It's just part of the job. But I'm happy to hang out and interact with you guys. That's really the bigger thrill for me than this, is to be able to interact and get to know you, answer your questions, or point you in the right direction if I can. And the community itself is really good at helping in that way too. So don't dismiss them, the rest of the community, for a source for the information you seek. Even if it's advice, I might be unwilling to give some advice due to the nature of my work, but other people in the audience may not withhold and may be very opinionated towards what they think is right or wrong. And that's okay too. Now, we want to remind you we have our forums up at kerryholzman.boards.net. I'll bring that up on the screen as a reminder. If you're just joining us, we would encourage you to make a free account here, kerryholzman.boards.net. And in here, in general discussion, you are encouraged and welcome to continue or create new dialogue here with other members. This is 24/7, so you can continue to interact with us and our community, with each other, any day of the week, not just when we're live. This is all free. We have no intention of ever monetizing this. Just go over here and click to register. We'd love kind individuals to join us here. You don't have to be smart. You don't have to be tall. You just have to be kind. And with that, you are all invited. And we do hope you'll sign up and create that free account and join us. Look at all the posts by Bill Sony T. Lovely. I love seeing the interaction. We see Daryl and Mecha Cameron in there. Wild Soul. Why isn't your name appearing here? Who's ever out there watching me right now? Because you haven't posted something in the last few minutes. But yeah, this will show the last post in that particular thread, or you can create your own thread. So, kerryholzman.boards.net. Completely free, and a great way to engage with our community after hours, and for the community to engage with themselves.
He's very very top, select language.
Did I notice select language?
Yeah, at the very top.
Well, I'm not logged in. Do I have to be logged in first?
Yeah.
Oh, select? No. Oh, select language.
Yeah.
I see it. Wow. Well, hopefully you speak one of these. That only goes to the M's on my screen. It's got to go.
Yeah, well,
It's got to be more than that.
unfortunately, there's no way to edit that, so you have to.
1, 2, 3,
screen.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7.
I've been playing with the colors, the sizes, some of the icons, legends.
So there's about 200 languages, it looks like. Pretty darn close.
There's a lot.
That's. Is smoke signals in here?
Smoke
Morse code? Morse code? No? Cool. Good find. Okay, now what are we doing? Still downloading. Lovely. Back over to the chat, Carrie. Bob Peterson says hello from Eagan, Minnesota. Welcome in, Bob. Model Citizen wants to know where Klingon is in that language list. Mara's on it. John Williams said, did I lower the workbench again? I look taller. No, I grew. I'm just now hitting that growth spurt. Paul M says, I have a very fast cable connection, and when I run into this slow server connection all the time, particularly with Blizzard. Their server is ridiculous, he says. Paul Gray just super chatted here with a $10 super chat. Again, thank you, Paul. Thank you for your continued support. Those of you with a sharp eye will notice we're working on a big mouse pad that Alseye sent us as a promotional thing here. And I thought I'd set it down. I haven't mentioned it, but it's pretty neat. I like it. I wish it was twice as wide. It could be my table mat. But it's got like a little, measuring items on it in a grid system and sort of a diagram, an engineering diagram of the cooler. So that's really neat. It's nice of them to send that along. Macca Cameron says the RGB on this cooler is more tolerable than the rest of the cooler. Yeah, the RGB is more subtle, I agree. And of course the motherboard has some RGB on it, and they do seem to pair together quite well. And if you look closely, you'll notice that the colors on the motherboard are changing exactly at the same color and rate as the colors on the cooler, because we're plugged in to the ARGB header so the motherboard can synchronize everything. And that's without loading any software. That's just the default. And where are we at? We're so close. So close. I want to shout out a thank you for everybody who's contributed or became a member today during today's live broadcast or has renewed membership, and that includes Rip City Raider and the super chats as well from Alan Lindus, Mark Gaines, and Peter Laycock. You know our friend Buster. Our friend Charlie Purdy and Planet Cryos. Charlie Purdy also renewed his membership. Robert Kachna with a €5 super chat earlier, along with David Graham. Garfield Rupe, who renewed his support. Nick Caffrey and Planet Cryos with additional super chats. Show Nuff became a new member here today. Thank you and welcome to Show Nuff and Rip City Raider. Peter VZ joining us from Amsterdam with a €1 super chat, with Davis Parsons contributing $10 earlier. And Rip City Raider had said, oh, he's actually a member for 22 months. He's not a new member. He says, I just want to say thanks to Carrie and Mara for bringing this wonderful content. Very nice. Thank you so much. And thank you for being here and being a part of it. Planet Cryos, again with a super chat. He says, I registered on the board site and I added a pic and I posted under members, viewers, and friends. Thank you, Planet Kraus. Be sure to include links to your latest videos in there as well. And if any of you have YouTube videos you want to link to, as long as it's content you personally have created, it's welcome. Please don't link other people's content on my stage, on my platform. If I do that, that's one thing, but that is invitation only. But if you, as members of our community, want to share content you've created, whether it's something you've written, a photo you've taken, or a video you've made, within the regular community standards, of course, we'd love to see that, and we encourage you to share that with the community. Again, thank you to Paul Gray, Jose Lopez, and Paul M. Dustin Fuller, Paul Gray, and Barry Klein all renewed their membership today, with Barry and Dustin being on their 32nd month of continuous membership. Thank you guys so much. And Paul Gray on his 12th month of membership. But in all fairness, I don't think Paul knew who we were more than 12 months ago. But we're glad to have him on board and a part of this family. It's amazing to have such kind and generous people, so many of you, together in one place at the same time when it involves the internet. Of course, our friend Mike's Unboxing Reviews and How To, our friend Doug Betts over at Live Windows Training with Doug Betts, and of course, Planet Kraus, not to be forgotten or left out. All of these folks are part of our community and make amazing content that, likely, if you like my content, you're probably going to like their content even more. Probably shouldn't phrase it that way, but that's how I feel. And I assume you might feel the same, and that's okay. We don't have to be mutually exclusive. You can have it all. Let me jump back over here to our computer on our download. Did it finish? It looks like finally we got our giant, he said sarcastically, 75 meg download. Okay, let's open this. It's the offline extractor. Oh, look, it doesn't know what this is because they've not done something to get it certified. That's fine. What's the worst that could happen? Again, at this price point, we just expect things to be a bit more official. Still monitoring those temps. We're sitting really nice on those temps. Where'd my software go? Oh, it was coming up. I just was being impatient. Okay, now the screen is firing up. And the screen is facing me, so the cooler is on, 180 degrees off. Hardware information. Screen color. This probably adjusts the orientation somewhere. This is what I'm looking at on the screen right now. And there's this, we can change the speed. Personalized system time. This is everything it can display. I'm guessing if you grab these three dots, you can change the order. Yeah, just like Spotify. But what about screen orientation? Oh, that's just cycling these options. What about this? Oh, that puts us sideways. What turns us upside down? Nothing? Okay, I guess the default is to have the screen as though the cooler were installed horizontally. And now I've switched it so the screen is more vertical or portrait, which makes sense since this cooler is installed vertically and not horizontally. You'd want the screen in the same position. But it's still facing the wrong way. I don't see... Oh, there's a little video. Okay, let me try to get you a close-up of this. It is pretty neat. I don't see a brightness control. It does recognize our CPU and motherboard. That's pretty neat. The RAM and the NVMe and the type of controller we're using here on our network interface card being a 5 gig network card. It does recognize this as Windows 10 Pro when in fact we're on Windows 11, so there is an error here. And again, if there's any screen orientation, I'm not finding it. Usually there might be a settings button somewhere. Celsius or Fahrenheit, turn the screen on or off. Version info. Huh. So what that tells me is that I have to physically rotate this cooler around. Okay, well, now I know. Let me grab a camera. How am I going to do this? I want to grab a camera. Let's go back to camera 1 here for a moment. I don't know if this camera has a charge in it or not. Let's see. It's been a while since I've taken these handhelds out, and these batteries will drain very quickly. Well, maybe we've got some life in it. Let me, how do I want to do this? Close this one up. Let's grab an HDMI cable here. Somewhere in the back of this, we should be able to plug this adapter in, and that gives me HDMI. And then I need to steal HDMI from something, so let me step around here. And I'm gonna just temporarily steal this HDMI cable and plug it in here. Then I'm going to turn this on. Cannot record in this setting. That's fine. I don't need to record. Okay. Tilt this down. And let's go to this input, which should be right here. And then you can see that screen. And as this cycles through, when you saw those animations occurring, those animations were happening exactly on here as they were displayed on the screen. So hopefully we'll see that happen again. And this is all mostly default settings. I haven't customized anything, but I could put my Carrie Holzman spinning logo on there, or any other animated file of a certain limitation, file size limitation. They're all that way. I'm not sure what the limits are with regards to resolution or file size. We don't have a GPU really installed, so I'm not surprised our GPU temp is not being displayed, but we are getting frequency and fan speed, which again, our GPU is built into the CPU. So I would disable those settings for this build. I can just lift the camera up a little higher. I'm trying to keep it steady. I'm hoping it'll cycle through to the animations again. I don't know how long the cycle takes. Yeah, it looks like it's going to cycle through everything by default, right? Hard drive, GPU, CPU, usage, fan speed, frequency, temperature for each item, which I guess, and again, I apologize, I'm having a hard time keeping my hand steady. I'm just surprised this camera has any battery in it. We got lucky. Come on, where's our animations? Let me go back over to camera 1 here real quick. And let's see if I can choose one of the animations. But to do so, I have to temporarily borrow this HDMI cable here. I do have a spare capture port, but I don't want to crawl on the floor and hook up a cable. So we're just going to do this as seamlessly live as I can, for whatever that means. Hopefully we'll get a signal. There we go. And if I look at the animations, like if I turn all this off, There we go. Now with that, if I go to this cable back over to the camera, and bring that back up here. And you'll see it'll cycle through some different animations. So you can put a combination of useful information, what you're interested in, the date, the time, temps, fan speeds, as well as any animations, and set them to in whatever order you want and what speed you want them to cycle between. So they've done a good implementation of that. Unfortunately, though, there's no reason you can't turn this screen around. It doesn't matter to the screen which way it's facing. So I will have to turn the cooler around. I don't think our fitment's going to be any better. I still think our fan is going to override our RAM sockets like it's doing here, making it very difficult to try and change any RAM or add any RAM, given how far down these sockets are underneath the fan. So what do you think? Does that make it worth the extra money for that screen? And of course, the big question is, how does it cool? So without spending more time on that than necessary, turn this off. Boy, I really should just keep this plugged in so it's ready. Got lucky. The battery in these Sony cameras, they just drain when they're sitting. I don't know why. My Canon cameras don't do that, but let me plug this in, and let's run Cinebench on this for about 2 minutes. And remember, we had 104 degrees Celsius before with that Intel laminar cooler. So let's jump over to desktop. Let me go full screen. It's all well and good. Let's close that out. They have some improvement there. And then let's do a, and also there should be some indicator on the cooler, a little arrow indicating up or something to give us some idea of screen orientation. Just even if you can change it, I'd like to know what the default is. Again, because every time you reinstall, you got to reset things that are customized. It's a pain in the butt. I try to leave things as default as possible. So we've had the hardware info monitor running here the whole time, and the hottest it's gotten looks like 4.8 got really hot here. But let's run Cinebench, and we'll see what the difference is between the coolers as far as capability goes. You know, just because it has one extra fan doesn't mean it really makes that much difference, but it has a whole lot of extra radiator, and that absolutely can make a difference for sure. So we'll start this now, and then I'll bring up the hardware monitor real quick here so we can watch what's happening to our temps. Oh, it's getting loud. So again, we're looking at our current temps on the left side, and then our peak temperatures that it will temporarily run into. That's normal. We're already hitting 90. Whatever this Core 9 is, Core 9 is getting really hot. 90 is still acceptable. I'd like to see 85 as a peak, but you know, well, 92 is getting worse. This will happen usually within the first 2 minutes, and after that, the rest of Cinebench usually won't max anything out further than these numbers. So yeah, we're at 96. Now that to me is unacceptable. I mean, if this has a 300 watt TDP, then we've done something wrong or it's overrated. I'm not sure. But it's very loud. Now, of course, the CPU is working as hard as it can work. We're asking a lot of it. This does not represent normal consumer usage or even business usage. If it did, we would definitely not want to use this cooler just for the noise it's creating. So we're a minute and a half, and you can see we've already hit 98 degrees Celsius. That already makes me nervous. So in 90 seconds, we have hit those temps. You'll hear that fan start to slow down as our temps cool down again, keeping track of where we're at currently on the left side. It's not that big of a difference. It really isn't. It withstood a few more seconds before it got hot, but you know, the laminar cooler worked just as well within idle normal use. So then the only other question that remains is, besides the cooler being upside down, would there be any benefit to the way the cooler is sitting or operating efficiently by turning it 180 degrees? Let's find out. So let me go ahead. It's really easy. Again, we don't have to reapply any thermal compound. I will simply shut this computer down. We'll close here, and we'll close here. Close that. And shut down. And then we come back over to camera 2. Sorry, camera 1 is what I've... Yeah, it lets you know it's on, that's for sure. We're going to unplug. Once again, we want to make sure we don't accidentally turn the machine on, cooler off of it. And I'll remove these little plugs, which didn't really need to go back in. I was just demonstrating where they go. And we're going to remove the cooler and rotate it, which also means this fan needs to come off, because the fan is still going to go on whatever side faces this way. And we don't need to unplug anything either, for that matter, because we're not worried about cable management at this point, and that's why you would save any cable management for the end. Because you never know when you're doing something new where you might want to redo or, you know, route a cable a completely different way, which would require unplugging it. Or maybe you put a cooler on upside down and you need to rotate the cooler, just for some random example I came up with for no particular reason at this moment. I'll tell you something else that can be happening. I don't know the orientation of this fan right here. Okay, so if I have I want you to think about this possibility. This adds to the complexity and confusion of the build that just occurred to me, even though it's very obvious. Because this fan is tucked away and hidden in the middle, is that fan blowing air out this way, and now this fan is blowing air in this way? If so, this is gonna suck, right? Its ability to cool is be defeating itself. Without any arrows indicating airflow direction, this cooler, listen to me, Alseye, you need to just etch somewhere subtly an arrow indicating airflow and an arrow indicating the default monitor position. If you look at some of the tower coolers from other manufacturers, you may not have noticed because it's subtle, but they almost always give you some arrow of indication with regards to rotational direction on the fan, or with regards to a top or bottom or left or right scenario on the cooler. Because otherwise I'm guessing. So I'm going to take this off of here now that I've unscrewed those things, and we'll rotate it around. But as you can imagine, this cooling could be, well, I'm just going to say it, 180 degrees different when the fans are oriented in the same, when they're working together. And I don't know how you're supposed to know that. The documentation really doesn't highlight that. You know, giving me a sticker talking about things that don't really matter, where you omit information that does matter, we can again attribute that to being a new company, and it's an oversight. Something that they might think is obvious because they designed it is opaque and a little confusing for somebody like me looking for some reassurance or direction with regards to orientation of both the fan and the cooler. So let's hope that was the problem, because otherwise this performance was definitely not 300 TDP. But then that is user error, right? But you can avoid user error and therefore support calls and returns if you make your documentation very, very clear. So even though it's my fault, I'm pointing the blame to them for letting me make that mistake.
Another question posed was whether or not the screen unclicked.
No. Oh, to turn it around? Well, here's the problem. If the screen did that, and if we could turn it around, then it would encourage us to have our airflow hitting each other. By forcing us to rotate the cooler for the fan to face, for the screen to face the proper direction, it also forces us to have our fans in the right orientation, since we're not really given any documentation with regards to airflow direction. I don't see any arrows on this frame. Now I can pull out a fan from the shelf and show you we'll have two arrows. One is the direction of the fan and the other is the direction of the airflow. We're still, focused on covering up that RAM regardless, right? That's where my focus was. And then where my focus has since shifted is now, wait a minute, this cooling is nowhere near where it should be. And I'm trying to figure out why. And I'm also trying to figure out why there's no screen orientation on the software. And now I'm starting to understand why, but it sure would have been nice if I didn't have to figure that out on my own. If this were explained in the documentation, that would be on me for not reading the documentation. Okay? Just saying it. But in this case, we've looked at the documentation and nothing indicated any importance of orientation that I noticed anyway. Okay, well now we'll turn this back on and we'll put power back in. I hope we get much better results now. And I just realized I don't need this power cable because this motherboard has a power button soldered right onto it. Sometimes I'm a little late in noticing stuff. Speaking of which, I see Paul1961 has joined us in the chat. Welcome in, Paul. The fans right out of the gate, they're a lot quieter. Maybe because they're not fighting each other, huh? That could be a thing. Our screen orientation should now be facing you. Oh, it's much quieter. Just by turning it around so the airflow all moves in one direction made that big of a difference. I'll bet you our cooling is going to be very different too. So let's jump over here to our desktop. Yes, it booted. Paul Gray with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Paul. Thank you again. Cheers, my friend. Let's go over to hardware info. Let's see where we're idling now. Yeah, I can barely hear the fans now. Crazy. You think something that important would be conspicuous, not inconspicuous, conspicuous, obvious, clear. Again, we're not going to hammer on them too hard. It's sort of like, we're new here, We're sending this to you so we can improve. So, okay, well, here's where you can improve. Idle temps haven't really changed any, but the fans are definitely quieter. We're going to bring up Cinebench again, and let's see how we survive this time around. Hit start. And monitor the temps. Let's see how we do. Okay, fans are ramping up. That is normal. I do have the fan on a little bit, not level, and Alseye made a big deal about saying how important it was for the fans to be level. But let's just see if that really makes any difference right now. I'm off by maybe a millimeter lower on one side than the other. We're already at 88 degrees in 30 seconds in. So that does concern me a little. It's always going to be the same troubling cores. The fan on the outside should be drawing air in. Yeah, it is. 88's not terrible. I mean, it's a lot better than 95, but we're still only just over a minute into this test. So again, we're watching our current temps on the left and our maximum peak temperatures, which we should only be hitting momentarily here on the right side here. On the far right is an average. But yes, this does get loud. This almost sounds like industrial farm equipment. We've hit 90 degrees Celsius and a little over 90 seconds in. This is a marked improvement, but not as much as I was hoping for with regards to the fans moving the air in the right direction together. Same direction. Okay, we're nearly 2 minutes in, which is much further along, and we've really only hit 90 on core 7. It looks like all the other cores are actually much cooler than that, at 86. Oh, and core 9. So core 7 and core 9 on this particular Intel chip are running hotter, and the others are very, very happy. So in this instance, upon reconsideration, it's really a matter of noise, right? Because we're right now currently at these temperatures here. And these are all very well within my comfort level, but I'm just not okay with the noise. A liquid cooler would be quieter. A good quality one at this price point would be quieter, and it wouldn't cover up our RAM. Now, just for the sake of clarity and just double check, I'm going to go ahead and stop the test because I think we've seen the worst of it now. And then what I'm going to do is come over here to camera 1. And this fan that I've added on here, it's kind of sitting like that. And the instructions, you know, that whole thing that I was like, what's the sticker for? They're saying keep it level. I don't think that's going to make that big of a difference. The hard part about adjusting this fan while it's turned on is not getting my fingers stuck in it. So I'll turn it off. I really don't want to. I really want to adjust it. It's not going to cut my fingers off or even cut me. It's just startling. But yeah, you should turn your computer off. Okay, now that it's flat and level, one more try. I don't think it's really going to make any difference. I've been wrong before. So we've come this far. Let's just verify. Once again, you know, we can see where our temps are right now on this left side. We can see our previous maximum temps, right? Well, you can. I got to go full screen for me to see it. Okay, now I see it. So previous maximum was 90 degrees Celsius. Okay, let's do it again. Let's see if we hit 90 again. Oops. Here we go. We're going to keep an eye on that core 9. For some reason, that one is just running hotter. It's already at 84. And if we scroll down, we can take a look at our wattage being sent to the chip, which again is no longer an issue with Intel chips. That problem has been resolved months ago. So just if you're curious what sort of package power we're utilizing, if this is a 300 watt TDP cooler, then it should be able to withstand 300 watts here. And, you know, I don't know. I don't know that I agree. I mean, just because it can do it at maximum temps, I'd like to see it do it without reaching maximum temps. But let's see how we're doing, if we're going to exceed that 90 or not. We're still getting 88 here currently. And we're just over a minute into the test. Yep, there's our 90 right there. So that's really not made any difference whatsoever. Maybe the time at which it took us to get to 90 was a second or two, one way or the other, but the test may not be exactly reproducible exactly the same way twice in a row. So in that matter, you know, you do have the silicon lottery to work with. You've got the quality of the fans and how loud they can be. And with the obscured fan in the middle, without knowing its orientation and without anything indicating which way up the screen is, it now becomes clear to me that that is kind of, there's a reasoning behind the screen orientation not being adjustable other than landscape versus portrait mode. So there you go. Overall, I've got to tell you, in my opinion, let's just let that run and I'll go back to camera 1. I think as an air cooler goes, I think Alseye can do better. And the only reason I say that is primarily because you've got companies like Thermalright and, well, for example, this Mugen 6 right here, that's less than half the price. And they make a version of this in black with 2 fans. That's half the price. Granted, no RGB and no screen. That will cool better than this. I mean, in theory, I'd have to actually put one against the other one. So Alseye's entering a very competitive marketplace here. And again, when you're at Noctua air cooler prices, and again, the Noctua is not going to have that screen or RGB. But if the reason you're putting the cooler on is, you know, for cooling versus for ornamental decoration, I suppose you should just understand what you're buying. And if you're okay with ornamental versus effectiveness, and you're willing to pay the same price, one's ornamental and one is really effective. Personally, I think you know where I'm going with this. Well, I'm not a fan of Noctua because they're overpriced, in my opinion. They're a good product. I think they just charge a Noctua tax. But I think you can get as equivalent of a product from Thermalright, potentially. I've never used one, but everybody talks highly of them. Or Scythe, which we've got experience with, which are a bit more than Thermalright, but we know for a fact from experience they work well. And just get rid of the RGB on the screen. For me, if I want a screen, I think I'm going to look more towards a liquid cooler where the screen is more pronounced. It's a little subtle here, like, well, the screen's not even on right now. And maybe that's because the software is not auto-starting with the operating system. And if you're not paying attention, you'd never know there was a screen there. It's hidden behind the smoky top. It just kind of appears out of nowhere. So it's taking me this long to even realize that screen's not there. That tells me that software didn't run, and that tells me the software is not auto-running like it should. I also don't like that it comes up as a suspicious piece of software and identifies Windows 11, which has been out how many years, improperly as Windows 10. I think the fans can be better made to be quieter. You can still spin at this RPM without making this much noise. If you look at competitors from Lion Lee, Corsair, Thermaltake, and others, these aren't $130 fans based on the economy in America with what we have available to us. So Alseye can address this one of a couple ways. You make the price so cheap that it's worth the noise and the trouble of orientation, or you keep the price the same, but you improve the clarity in the installation instructions. You make sure the software installs without any warning messages from Microsoft, so that you have some confidence in your customers that they're buying something no differently than if they bought it from another company like Corsair, NZXT. Kraken, CAM software won't do that. This is important to Americans. And so if they want to do business here and they want to do well, that would be my advice. What do you guys think in the chat room? Jim KJ there says a small drone probably makes less noise. Barry Klein said the people who designed those fans probably crossed over from designing leaf blowers.
I was checking the orientation of the fans and holding a piece of paper next to it. You'll see the fan gets sucked in. How else can I tell? So that's definitely the right side. And then just to make sure the fan isn't getting, or the paper isn't getting sucked in this way either, that's what would have happened the other way around had I checked it. So our airflow is coming in from here as it should, and out back here, which it should. And then you often have a fan at the back of the case, which continues that airflow outward. So we have nice, clean, cold air coming in, moving through, and exiting and exhausting out. But that fan will not stay on this computer. I appreciate the opportunity to review it, but I've got to be honest. I think it's too much money. I think it's too loud. And I think the installation's too confusing. And the software needs to identify Windows 11 properly, and it needs to run automatically at startup by default. Otherwise, what good is having the screen if it just turns off by default? That doesn't make any sense. The ARGB implementation is good. The power cable extension should not be required on the fan. The main fan that you plug in should have a standard length power cable. You know, Noctua plays this game too, where they give you a little power cable and included with the fan is an extension. I've never seen a scenario where the extension wasn't needed. All it's doing is it's adding some unsightliness to our cabling. Just give us a longer cable. It doesn't have to be that much longer. We don't need 10 feet of it. We just need a decent amount to get from the fan to the CPU header on an ITX, micro ATX, or ATX, or eATX motherboard. The distance between them is all virtually the same, and maybe even a Project Zero type rear connect board where you may need maybe an extra inch just to go behind. Usually you don't though. Fan cable doesn't need to be more than 8 inches. Maybe even 6 is more than enough. There's no harm in including the extension, but requiring it is unsightly. You either have not enough or too much. So the screwdriver, great screwdriver. If Alseye was selling screwdrivers, you'd have my vote. It's a great tool. But that's just an accompaniment to the cooler. So if you paid, if this cooler was as clear to use and as useful as this driver, you'd have yourself a great product. So overall, again, I go into this thinking we're looking for improvement from the last time. The last time we had loud fans, we still have loud fans. The last time we had confusion on installation, we still have confusion on installation. And we do appreciate that Alseye has given us this opportunity to evaluate their product unbiased. We want to see Alseye improve. I want Alseye to send us another updated cooler with these fixes implemented so that I can install it easily the right way the first time and have an effective cooler that runs well and doesn't drown me out and compete with me with noise. And if they do that, they're welcome back anytime. They're a pleasure to work with, and I appreciate Kevin and the other folks at Alseye who we've worked with in the past, and we hope we can continue that relationship moving forward so long as Alseye continues to improve. You know, we all get there if we choose to, but it may be just a little bit of a learning curve. And it may also be a difference between American culture and Chinese culture to what we identify as important for us in our purchases. I don't know, because I've never been to China, but I don't know why that would be acceptable, but I've never been there. Maybe they think it's fine. I mean, they sent it to me, right? So they must have thought it was okay. Brian Larson with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Brian. Oh, our test must have ended. You can hear Cinebench finished. We'll take a quick look at that and we'll wrap it up for today. It is exactly 5 o'clock here in Phoenix. We've gone 4 hours. It's a long time. But we've come to an absolute conclusion with an understanding of why. So I think it's worth every minute to get there. What was our end result on our temps? Our maximum throughout, 92. And again, primarily just on this one core. Otherwise, even hitting a max of 88 and 90 here, for as loud as those fans were, I'd expect this to be down in the lower 80s, honestly. Our idle temps are fine, but we were seeing more or less the same idle temps on the very easy to install, uncomplicated laminar cooler. On the other hand, this failed on the resource, intensive test. The laminar couldn't keep up relatively soon. I was stopping that test within a minute. Here, we were able to execute the entire 10-minute test, but I did have to talk over it, which was frustrating. The bottom line is, the cooler's going to come off, and it was a fun experiment. I do hope one day I can say Alseye makes my favorite cooler, but at this point now, we still have some improvements, which is fine. If they don't improve it, that's different. We have a different problem. What cooler we end up using, I'm open to your suggestions. We have the CoolMaster H500M case, which is here somewhere. Yeah, the Master Case H500M. Now this case has been around about 5 or 6 years, but we've never used one before, so it's new to me. And I would be very curious what you guys think of what liquid cooler would look best with this purple motherboard in this black case with a very heavily smoked side glass window. Your suggestions are welcome, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. And let me just jump back one more time. Camera 1. And you can see, while it's idling and on, you barely even hear it. So it's quite extreme. And then we'll have to link to this video when we do, select the cooler we're going to use, which will be a liquid cooler for the obvious reason that this thing can be difficult to cool. And a liquid cooler is going to look more aesthetically pleasing, and at least at this price point, probably cost about the same, depending on how extreme we go. We're probably looking at a 360 cooler, 360 millimeter, using 3 120 millimeter fans. That'll get us a narrow radiator. But feel free to look at the specifications of the H500M to see what coolers it'll fit before making your recommendation. We want to put as big of a cooler as will fit in there, but also one that's accommodating our budget and will effectively cool a chip like this. So if you have suggestions, we'd love to hear them. I want to thank everybody for hanging out with us today. Thanks to Mara for all of the administrative work she does in the background and supervising our quality control. Thanks to all of our members for helping support this channel, without which we would not have nearly as much content. Can't thank you guys enough for that. Be sure and check out our boards, carrieholzman.boards.net. Sign up, register, it's free. I intend for it to always be free. Thank you to everybody for your super chats. Thank you to Paul Gray for all of your generous contributions, which he just did just now. And one more time, I want to say thank you again for the PayPal and Amazon gift cards that we've received during today's broadcast. So one more time, a shout out to our friend Paul Gray, who sent us a very generous Amazon gift card. Charlie Purdy, who also sent us a very generous Amazon gift card. And Abdul Patel, who sent us a $50 PayPal super chat. In addition to the super chats, not PayPal super chat, PayPal contribution. In addition to the super chats and your memberships, you guys are our sponsors, and it's because of you that we can make so much of this content, and we can go 3 and 4 hours at a time, not only to just blare you with information, but listen to you and interact with you. That's the gem of the channel. So thank you for being the gem. I will see you all again very, very soon. I thank you again to Alseye, our friends at Acronis, RoboForm, and SCD keys. If you need Windows or Office keys, you can save a lot of money. If you need a password manager, don't mess around with the rest. Just get the best. RoboForm is what I use, 30% off for all new RoboForm users. Acronis is 30% off regardless. These are products I really use and I stand behind and endorse. These are the license keys I buy and use for myself and my clients. You have peace of mind. If you buy anything that we endorse here and you have a problem with it, feel free to reach out to us and verify that we agree with your assessment, or maybe there's a piece of information we can offer that makes everything better. I don't know unless you give us that opportunity, but I don't endorse things easily. Like I'm not endorsing this Alseye cooler yet, but I hope to one day if they continue to improve and can give us a unique product at a great value. I look forward to that. That's our goal. But as it sits today, we're not there yet. And my losing my voice, I think, is me saying, thank you for joining us. We'll see you all again very, very soon. Have a great weekend. Thank you to everyone. Bye for now.